So for those of you who are familiar with us, you may not be so familiar with our new project name. We've had the very good fortune and very blessed to be able to continue this work. Our project was known as Improving Outcomes for English Learners with Disabilities, funded by the California Department of Education and CCEE. And so we were very fortunate to have received some continued funding to do this work, to take deeper dives, and to continue to afford you and your staffs and your respective colleagues, wherever you're joining us from, to participate and continue to do this work along with us. So thank you. If it's your first time, welcome. If you are repeat offenders, we're absolutely so grateful for your participation, and we hope to continue to be able to serve you through this work. So today's session one of a four-part series, really taking a closer look, a deeper dive on what accessibility is. And when we talk about accessibility, oftentimes we're thinking about some resources, some tools, some accommodations perhaps. And the answer would be yes, absolutely. That is also what we are referring to and will be referring to and sharing with you throughout this series. However, because we want to really set a foundation for what it is and how to utilize all the resources that are afforded to us through the California Department of Education, through research, best practices for all learners, and taking that information and focusing and being very intentional about our current practices, policies, and what's happening in our classrooms and perhaps what might not be happening in the classroom through the lens of access and equity with resources that we utilize to help support students in the classroom and of course during assessment. Today, session one is all about really laying that foundation. Where does it all begin? As you know, you may be utilizing some accessibility resources in your classroom, and you may have already been using them for a long time. Perhaps your role is to make decisions and help support district-wide initiatives around accessibility or access and equity. And all of that is important and necessary. But unless we all literally get on the same page and understand the what, the how, and the why, and how these frameworks that we're going to be referring to today fit together to help us establish, create, develop, enhance opportunities for all of our students, particularly our English learners and English learners with disabilities, then our efforts and our energy and our resources are only going to have a minimal impact. It's important for us to understand the frameworks that exist to help us create systems to support all of our learners so that we are able to focus in on the students who need it the most when and if they continue to struggle. So today is all about that, laying the foundation, taking a closer look at these frameworks as you see on our slide, MTSS, UDL, and the SST process, and why this sequence matters, why it's important for us to understand the goal, the purpose, and what it might look like and what it currently looks like in our respective sites, so that we're able to make whatever necessary changes that need to be made in order to be able to really have all the gears within this system function properly. So today, again, session one, laying the foundation. A lot of the resources that we're going to, actually all of the resources that we're going to be sharing with you through this slide deck can be accessed electronically. We really try to stay away from making paper copies for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's easier to house an electronic copy, and sometimes these resources change, they're updated, and so you want to make sure that when we give you something electronically, depending, for example, if it comes from a CDE, it will be automatically updated via the link, whereas a paper copy is a paper copy. So that's a couple of reasons why we prefer not to make paper copies for you. But again, everything that we will be referring to today can be accessed electronically via the slide deck. Having said that, if you find that a link is broken or maybe doesn't match what we're saying it is, please let us know. We'll make sure to clean it up and update it for you. Another thing, just logistically speaking, if there are any opportunities for you to share, whether it's via the chat, you will be cued to do so through the chat. But for those of you that are here in person, we encourage you, we invite you to share out loud. Again, your thoughts, your insights, your experience, your expertise is valuable, and we appreciate you taking the time to be here with us in person. And so please don't hesitate to let us know if you have a question or if you want to contribute to the chat in person, and we have a mic up here to help us facilitate that as well for our Zoom participants. Again, here are our resources. You can access it through the bit.ly link or that QR code. I'll give you just a few seconds to check that out. And again, all of the resources are linked directly onto the slide deck. If you are not following us yet, we do have the same Twitter or X handle. We invite you today and throughout the day to send out some, I don't know, what do you call it? We don't call them tweets anymore. Send out some X messages. I don't know if I like that. Again, follow us and feel free to share our X handle. And we have hashtags that we have been using since year one. You know, we've been working and engaging in this project for 5 years. This is the beginning of our 6th year. So we have the same handle. So please join us and share. And if any time throughout the presentation today, something catches your eye, your attention that you want to share out, you know, we invite you to do so throughout the day. And we will be taking a group photo before the end of the day so that we can share, you know, our project and what we've been doing and all the wonderful participants that are joining us. Because this is a webinar and we are broadcasting via Zoom, we just want to remind folks in the Zoom room of how we want to how we want you to engage and participate throughout this presentation. So for anything related to engaging with us via Zoom, there are some opportunities for you to engage through the chat box. You will be cued when to do that, invited to do that. We ask that you use the chat feature for anything that you want to share, any reflection, any insights. For specific questions regarding anything throughout the presentation, we invite you to use the Q&A feature. This way, we're able to address your questions and not lose track. If you use the chat to ask a question, we may lose track and not be able to answer it as quickly. So again, we invite you to use the Q&A feature for any specific questions that you may have for us. And Vanessa and I will be tag teaming the presentation, so sometimes she'll be responding and sometimes I'll be responding. So we ask for grace and for your patience as we navigate throughout the day. So our day, you see we have lots of breaks, and these are really take care of yourself types of breaks. We have them on there just to remind you that we will take some formal breaks. However, if at any time throughout the day you need a brain break, you need a bio break, you just need to stretch and change your environment for a few seconds, please feel free to do so. Same with the Zoom room. We will schedule lunch to be around 11:30, give or take a few minutes, depending on the flow of our presentation. As you all know, we started a little late, so that may push our lunch break a little bit further, but it definitely will be no later than noon. We are scheduled to end at 3 p.m. However, we always invite you to stay, engage with us, either in person or via Zoom, as long as we're broadcasting. We'll be able to address your questions. As long as we're here, we'll be able to engage in dialogue with you, those of you that are joining us in person. So this is our team. This is our team, and we do have a lead consultant who is not pictured here. Shame on us. She really should be pictured here. And many of you may already know her, the wonderful Dr. Deborah Montoya, who we want to be able to acknowledge her because without her, this project doesn't exist. She is no longer working for Imperial County SELPA, but she's still very active and very connected to this project. And the reason that I mention her first is because, again, it's her vision for this work, addressing this need to provide support to English learners with disabilities, which is something that we've learned is very, very important as a result of some recent data that we will be sharing with you shortly. So this project addresses a need, a problem, a practice statewide. So Dr. Deborah Montoya, thank you for your efforts, your passion, for your vision for this work, and for inviting us to be part of it. So the team members that you see on this slide are new Senior Director Cristina Zavala. She is a school psychologist by training. Myself, Lupita Rubio. My background is in general education, focusing specifically on English learners. I've worked here at Imperial County Office of Education for over 20 years, the last 5 years almost, at Imperial County SELPA doing this work. And then my amazing, wonderful, phenomenal colleague, Vanessa Lopez, my partner in crime, my wonder twin. You can tell I really appreciate her. She has a tremendous background. So not only has she been a special education teacher for over 18 years, locally here in Calexico Unified, she has I'm going to let her introduce herself because she's way better at it than I am. And I don't know, I think I want to honor her background and expertise so that you understand that the makeup of this team is very intentional. It brings different experiences, different expertise, different lenses to this work, and it was very intentional. It wasn't just, who wants to play? It was, let's think about what are some of the lenses that we need to really contribute to this work. So having said that, I'm going to ask Vanessa to give us a little bit of a intro. Her words, not mine.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome. Welcome, everybody here in person and also in the Zoom land. Thank you so much for your patience. And as Lupita was mentioning, the makeup of our team is incredibly intentional. So Christina and Debbie bring that school psychologist, bilingual assessor background. Lupita is an expert on all things English learners, general education, having had that formative training and experience in the curriculum department here at our COE and then also at local districts. My background is special education. I spent 18 years at Calexico Unified School District working as an RSP teacher, as an SDC teacher. I was an instructional technology coach, English learner, and resource teacher. So yeah, I like to have my hand in the pot in many, many, many ways. I'm currently starting my 5th year here at the SELPA as a coordinator of inclusionary practices, also handling all things adapted physical education. I'm a certified assistive technology assessor and just looking very much forward to connecting with you over these next couple of days and other iterations of our work statewide. Super happy, super proud to be part of this team and glad to be of service day in and day out. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. So again, it's very important for everybody joining us today to understand the intentionality of the makeup of our team, because that is one of our central tenets, is to invite you to reach out to not only your counterparts, but also the people across the hallway, across the room, across the department, who are either, if you're special education, if your lens is special education, we invite you to reach out to your general education EL leads at your sites. This is how this work will begin to take root. This is how we're going to begin to move the needle in terms of implementing best practices that address the needs of English learners with special education needs with an IEP or a 504. So it's not until we start connecting and collaborating with our general education, special education colleagues to have these conversations together, to bring our respective expertise to the table, to the dialogue, and to begin to make decisions that will impact how we do what we do and be more intentional about addressing the needs of our students and their needs. So again, very intentional. We invite you to take that step and follow suit. So we've introduced ourselves. We're going to ask you to do the same. Those of you joining us via Zoom, please drop in the chat who you are, where you work, what is your role and responsibilities, because we know that many of us wear multiple hats. It's important for us to know who's in the room to be able to address what's on the slide deck and customize it as much as possible based on who is joining us here today. So as folks are doing that via Zoom, I'm going to invite our in-person participants. We're just going to go around the room and just, give us a shout out, your name, your district, and your position, and we'll start over there in the back, and we'll just move quickly from the back to the front, from the back to the front. Fantastic. Welcome, Marina.
Good morning. My name is Alejandra Soto. I'm also from Imperial. I'm a RSP teacher at the high school.
morning. My name is Marisela Canales. I work for Central Elementary School District. I'm a K through 6 RSP teacher.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Camacho. I also work for the El Centro Elementary School District and also K through 6 RSP.
Hello, I'm Dulia Alvarez. I work for El Centro Elementary School District and I K through 6 RSP teacher.
Good morning. My name is Carla Trejo. I'm also an RSP teacher for El Centro Elementary.
Welcome, Elementary and Imperial.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Terry Schiffer, a vice principal at Ben Holtz Elementary School, which is an Imperial Unified.
Good morning. I'm Angie Rosales from Brawley Union High School, special education teacher and instructional coach.
Good morning, Alondra Flores. I work at Valley Academy and I'm an RSP teacher.
Good morning, Carlos Chow. I'm also an RSP teacher at Valley Academy.
Good morning, Blanca Lopez Frias. I'm a teacher on special assignment, special education designee for alternative education, and I'm also the RSP teacher assigned to Imperial Pathways Charter.
Good morning, I'm Alexander Driscoll. I'm at the Imperial Unified School District. I'm a special education teacher.
Hi, good morning. I'm Ashley Benavides. I'm also at Imperial Unified and I am the TK through 2nd grade self-contained teacher.
Good morning. I'm Janet Valdez from Imperial Unified Middle School SDC teacher.
Welcome, everybody. It's good to see a good representation of some of our school districts in person. We know that many of you are joining us via Zoom as well. Thank you so much. Thank you, Vanessa, with the mic. So again, it's important for us to know who is in the room, and just by your introductions in person, we do have the majority of case managers, special education teachers. Thank you for being here, and most especially for our administrator. Thank you for being here. Again, it's this collaboration, sitting here together, listening to the same information, engaging in dialogue, and setting a foundation, having some common language, common understanding for these very important frameworks that by design are created when implemented effectively, will give us improved outcomes for all of our learners. So again, thank you for being here. Just a little bit about this next iteration of our grant and where we fit, our project fits in the statewide system of support. These are all the initiative, folks, all of the initiatives that the Department of Education and CCE are funding, co-funding, to be able to move the needle, right? To be able to provide us, you, ourselves, an opportunity to collaborate and to implement best practices specifically designed to support students with disabilities. In the case of our project, very specific project, we fall under the category of special education content leads. You can access our website by clicking directly onto that link, as well as all the other projects statewide. It's important for you to know that we, in this statewide system of support, are working together. We are meeting consistently, we are dialoguing consistently, we are to some degree cross-pollinating our respective activities and efforts so that it's not a piecemeal approach. And so we're very proud to say that this next iteration of our grant, just like it was very intentional for us to come together as a team with our respective lenses, that's the approach that we are afforded through this next iteration of our grant. Very intentional about collaborating with the other special education resource leads statewide. So what we bring to you today is presented to you by our project, but those of you who may recall when you registered for this series, you'll notice that our third day of the series, we're inviting one of the other special education resource leads who focus specifically on accessibility tools and resources. And so we have one day completely devoted to a project that's their wheelhouse. That's what they do. But because we are talking to each other and collaborating, we saw an opportunity to be able to work together intentionally. And so we invited them over, and they will be here and will be able to share about their project and the wonderful resources that they've created for everybody statewide. So again, just for you to understand all the efforts, all the projects that are today working diligently to collaborate and also to present to practitioners statewide information, content, and resources in support of all students with disabilities. So again, this is a collective commitment. You know, when we introduce ourselves, we're very clear about the intentionality and makeup of our team. We invite you to do the same thing. Knowing that there are more special education teachers here, we invite you to, when you go back to your site, share this information with your general education colleague that you're working with, that you're collaborating with your administrator, at a staff meeting. Or maybe just invite somebody that you haven't had an opportunity to talk to, that you think, you know what, this is a good opportunity for us to connect and collaborate by sharing some of this information. So it takes that first step in order to be able to begin to take that process and being intentional about working together. So we're doing it locally with our project. We invite you to do it, and we're also doing it at the state level with the other projects that are charged to be able to do this work as well. So we have three major topics that we're going to cover today. And we ask you to think about what you know and understand and what outcome you have set for yourself around these three topics. So I'm going to ask you just to, you know, if you're here in person, just maybe jot down a note about what it is that you are expecting to come away with regarding each one of these topics or framework or processes. So for MTSS, what are some of the outcomes that you are expecting to take away from this presentation for yourself? The same for UDL, right? What's an outcome? What's an expectation? What do you want to be able to enhance or take away or learn from, if based on what you already know and understand around UDL? And then the SST process. So just jot down a quick note for yourself. What do I want to learn? What do I want to take away? What do I want to confirm? And perhaps even, it might perhaps even be a question. Please consider your role. Please consider your responsibility as you are jotting down that reflective note. So this is going to be what I call your North Star. This is a way to set a goal for yourself, which is really important for all learners, students, kiddos, adults, to set a goal for yourself. And that's going to be kind of your North Star, what guides you throughout the presentation as we address each one of these topics. So again, make that note for yourself, and then just throughout the day, maybe go back and cross-reference whether or not your goal has been met and how you are going to engage in the presentation so that you are constantly working towards addressing that goal that you've set for yourself. So let's set the context a little bit. As mentioned earlier, our project is charged with providing technical assistance, professional development, support at the state level for English learners with an IEP. A lot of our work brings us back, as a result of problems of practice statewide, brings us back to the English learner before he or she is referred and or qualifies for special education services. So when we talk about English learners with disabilities, we're also thinking about the English learner who may have been struggling, and what are some of the supports and resources and programming that that student is receiving as he or she is maybe not progressing linguistically or academically. So it's important for you to know that throughout this presentation, when we talk about English learners, at some point we're only talking about English learners that don't have an IEP, so that we understand what needs to be in place to be able to support them, to ensure that when and if a referral is merited, that we've exhausted all the resources that are necessary and required for those English learners, should they continue to struggle. And once we get to the point where those resources have been exhausted and we have data that demonstrates that they are continuing to struggle, then we begin to have that conversation about a referral and appropriate assessments for special education, but not until then. And so again, our project is charged to support English learners with disabilities. We can't have that conversation without talking first about what are we doing to support our English learners at the state level as we begin to have a conversation about possibly special education referral being necessary and assessment being necessary for services. So we want to set the context with some current data to really paint a current picture of what the climate is, what the demographics are for English learners and for English learners with disabilities. So currently, this is very current data. I believe this is just last year's 22-23 data. Correct, Vanessa? This graphic shows the total number of students with disabilities. That's the whole pie, right? Nearly 25% of every student in the state of California with an IEP, nearly 25% is also an English learner. Thank you. 1/4 of our students with an IEP are also students with disabilities. That's a tremendous percentage when we think about the number of English learners statewide as well, right? 25% of a kiddo with an IEP is an English learner, which sets another layer of support that we absolutely must consider. Not only must we consider it, it is a requirement through their Title III through their the Title III's regulations. It's not a nice thing to do, it's a must do, right? So students with disabilities, IDEA is our kind of our North Star, right? What guides us. Same is true for English learners, but it's Title III. So when we have an English learner with an IEP, we have to consider IDEA and Title III. It's not, we're not dropping Title III regs anymore just because a student now has an IEP. IDEA does not stump Title III. We really have to consider what is required as a result of that student having that English learner status. So it's important to understand that before we move forward. So again, another important piece of data here in the state of California, this pie chart demonstrates the percentage of languages spoken in the state. This graphic specifically speaks to English learners with an IEP. So for English learners with IEP in the state of California, the vast majority of them, almost 90% of them, are Spanish speakers. Why is this important information to have? Because it will point in the direction of the programs, the curricula that we need to be utilizing, the best practices around English learners, right? Not just best practices, but best practices to support English learners. Spanish-speaking English learners. So this data is important to understand. We're not saying disregard the other languages, but we have to look at the data. We have to understand the data, current data, to be able to make decisions, align resources, secure appropriate professional development and training that is designed around what the state of California and your respective county, site, city is indicating that you need. So this is true as of 22-23 for the state of California. Again, this is not all English learners. This is specifically English learners with an IEP. Another piece of data. Here we have two pie charts side by side. The one on my left indicates academic and linguistic status for all English learners. And you can see, I'm going to start with the biggest piece of the pie. These are our, it's hard to see with the black, our RFEPs, our reclassified fluent English proficient students. We're at 40, is that 46, Vanessa? Hard to see in the black. 46% are RFEPs, meaning they reclassify. Up at the top, 24% have been English learners for 0 to 3 years. We're probably talking about either a newcomer student, right? That's 0 years. It has been in the US for up to 3 years. So 24% of English learners in the state of California have been English learners, either newcomer 0 to 3 years, right? Meaning they're still an English learner, but they're in their 3rd year of EL status. 10% are at risk of being a long-term English learner, meaning they've been an English learner for 5-6 years and still have not been reclassified, meaning they have not met linguistic criteria set by the state or their local educational agency, as well as academic progress. And 90% are English learners. I'm sorry, long-term English learners. So they absolutely have not made progress in 6, 7, 8 years that they've been a student in our California school system. And then 2% have been English learners for 4 or more years, but are not at risk of becoming long-term English learners, meaning they're very close to possibly reclassification. So that's just English learners in general. I'm going to draw your attention to the other pie chart. Now we're kind of drilling down. Now we're talking about English learners with an IEP. I'm going to give you a moment to compare the percentages for each one of those categories that I just walked you through. And those of you in the Zoom room, I'm going to ask you to take note. If you're joining us with the team, maybe it's an opportunity to turn and talk about what are the comparisons that you see here. What is really drawing your attention? What questions might be arising as you're comparing these 2 pie charts? Those of you with me in person, feel free to do the same thing. Turn and talk to somebody about what is the comparison. What do you notice? What do you wonder? I'll give you about a minute to do that. Feel free to engage in the dialogue with the person next to you, whether you're here or in the Zoom room. What do you notice? What do you wonder in this comparison? So let me hear from those of you that are here in person. What are some data statements that you've noticed? We'll just talk about what you noticed first. Who'd like to chime in? What did you notice? I'm going to come to you. Marina? Did I get your name right?
I thought you were looking at her.
Yeah, I sure did. Here you go. What do you notice?
So we noticed that for students who are English learners with disabilities, there's an increase in the long-term English language being long-term for them.
The long-term English learner percentages
there's a more than 20%, 22% increase in that.
Okay, that's pretty glaring, isn't it? Let me get another data statement. I'm going to go across the room. You made eye contact with me. You know that's the rule, right? Do you have a data statement that you would like to share or add to if it's related to what we just heard?
Yes, just adding to, like, it's more than double with students with disabilities who are long-term English learners.
Anything else that anybody else would like to share? Anything in the Zoom room? Vanessa? Yes.
Well, my partner here, very knowledgeable. She's at the high school. Special education is her specialty. Can I have your name? Angie. So she noted that at the high school, when they come up to that level, they've been marked as long-term English language learners for so long. However, many aren't speaking Spanish at home. They don't converse or engage in that. So that quite a few are reclassified at that point. And I had the question, like, at the elementary level, do we keep them in the EL program or the supplemental support classes until a certain threshold, or let's say they meet a criteria in order to, I know we have reclassification criteria. However, if they are not speaking in Spanish at home or, engaging in that, would it be appropriate to make the change? That was a question that was asked of me, and I thought, well, I know our district should be the source for reclassification of students, but I having your background, Lupita, what do you see at the elementary level versus reclassifying at an older age?
So reclassification is a whole day to even 3 days worth of professional development. But in a nutshell, it's important for us to know that reclassification is not a decision that solely one person or an IEP team or even a parent can make because of Title III. So the short of it is there is a required, set by the California Department of Education as per Title III, required reclassification criteria that must be implemented, as well as local policy, right? Your EL master plan holds the reclassification criteria that your district has adopted, which includes what is required. And what's required is required, and then you lay your local criteria on top of that, not instead of, on top of it. So it's important for you to understand what that reclassification criteria is for in your respective district. And in there, you're also going to find the state requirement. And then you begin to start thinking about, well, what does that mean for our English learners? What does it mean for our English learners with disability? That's why you got to reach out to your EL person. That's why you got to reach out to your general education person, because they need to bring that knowledge, that background, that experience to the dialogue. If you are a unicorn like my friend Vanessa, where you have that dual lens, she was an EL coach with a special education, extensive special education background, she can contribute to the linguistic need conversation for that EL with an IEP. But not all of us can do that. I can't do that. I need Vanessa, right? She covers my blind spot, my special education blind spot. So again, not to deviate from your question, but realistically, folks, we need to understand what policies, what our LEAs, what our district policies are for your multilingual learners with disabilities. If you don't know, if you're not familiar, it's a great opportunity to reach out to your EL person, whether it's a coach, whether it's an administrator, or both, and begin to have that conversation. That's how that collaboration begins. We have a question over here. Give me a sec. Let me get the mic to you. Well, we have people in the Zoom that need to hear as well.
I have a question. For the students who are taking the alternative assessment in the IP, would the reclassification also change, like the requirements for them, since they're not taking the regular LPAC?
So LPAC and alternate LPAC are Title III requirements. Title III regulations apply to both. So the short answer is yes. There are required reclassification criteria for kiddos with extensive needs, those kiddos that qualify for the alternate LPAC or the CAW assessments. They also are afforded the same rights. Those are their rights. So again, if you're not sure what they are, reach out to your EL director, your EL coach, and ask to take a look at the EL master plan, which holds your reclassification criteria for all of your English learners with disabilities. One more question back here. Give me a sec. Okay, we have a wondering.
So I've wondered this often in terms of looking at the data as well. How much is it taken into account that their disability is actually impeding on their ability to complete that assessment, and even the proper supports that are in place in the assessment page or assessment?
That is an excellent question. That is an excellent question, and that brings us back to our topic, access accessibility resources and how absolutely critical it is to have these conversations with our general education EL lead counterparts. Because in order to make a decision of whether or not the student is able to access, and I'm going to use access instead of pass, right? We hear that a lot. Vanessa and I hear that a lot. The kids can't pass the LPAC. The kids can't pass the alt LPAC. We have to ask ourselves why. We have to ask ourselves why. Because like every other state assessment, ELA, mathematics, science, they're standards based. So what are the kids not accessing? It's not the test, it's the standards. Because if we are utilizing the standards, ELA, math, science, and ELD standards, to design and deliver instruction and afford kids the appropriate, intentional, most effective accessibility resources that they need based on their linguistic needs and or their IEP goals based on their disability. When we align all of that in instruction, kids will have access to standards-based instruction, and guess what? They'll have access to standards-based assessment to truly demonstrate what they know, what they have learned. If they're not passing, they're not demonstrating, they're demonstrating what they know, rather what they don't know. Not because the assessment is too hard, but because perhaps there are gaps in instruction. Perhaps that instruction isn't standards-based. Perhaps that instruction isn't consistent or cohesive. Think about your ELD instruction. Think about your ELD instruction for your students, since most of us here are special education teachers. What does it look like? Is it daily? Is it ELD standards-based? Are we affording them the accessibility resources designed for the LPAC and the alt LPAC? Do we know what they are? That's why we're here, folks, to answer all those very important questions. And that's why we go back to the very beginning, the intentionality of the makeup of our team to uncover each other's blind spots. I can speak about ELD day and night, but when it comes to speaking about ELD for English learners with disabilities, I need Vanessa. I need Vanessa to uncover my blind spots. Because my wheelhouse is English language development for general education. I need to know about the student's disability, how it manifests. What does it look like in listening, speaking, reading, and writing, so that I can think about which accessibility resources are going to be more appropriate, more effective for that particular student. Question, Vanessa?
Not a question, more a statement that reclassification is based on the 4 criteria from Ed Code 313, in case those of you that are wondering and that have sent a message off on the side. And then also just really important for us to reiterate, and thank you, Marcela, for chiming in and saying that criteria for reclass is the same for LPAC and alt LPAC. So please refer to the LPAC information guide for additional questions related to that. And I also wanted to note that it's important for you to be familiar with your EL master plan, especially for these practices related to dually identified students, and know who is involved in the development of the EL master plan, your ELAC, the role of the DLAC, and all of those nuanced conversations related to dually identified students. Always familiarize yourself with those local practices by connecting with the people who are responsible for that. So just wanted to chime in on that, make sure that everybody has that information, because sometimes we know that really important nuggets of info like this one get lost in the chat. Thank you.
Absolutely, Vanessa. So again, folks, more reason to connect with your counterparts, because absolutely this is a team lift. So I'm going to pause on this next slide because I think we need a little bit of a brain break. So why don't we take a quick 7-minute stretch break? When we come back, we're going to take a look at a couple of other tables with some data and again, setting the context. So we'll set a 7-minute timer and give you a reminder of when to come back. And we're back. So again, appreciate you coming back. We want to be able to honor the information that is coming up as a result of our dialogue, as a result of your questions and your what you notice, what you wonder. So we'll make sure to include any additional resources that come up through our conversation, through our dialogue, through our questions. We'll make sure to include those that are not already linked into our slide deck. When we push out the slide deck to everybody registered, it will be an additional slide at the end of the slide deck that will capture those additional resources. For example, Vanessa mentioned the LPAC information guide, specifically around reclassification. We'll make sure to include that resource in the slide deck as an additional slide so that you have access to that resource and specifically the information around reclassification. Again, we want to be responsive to your asks, to your wonderings, and that's an easy thing for us to do. So let's continue to engage with your questions and your statements. Again, it only enriches this presentation. So we have a couple of other tables that we want to share with you. Again, setting the context. It's important for us to lay this foundation of why we are here today. And again, going back to the goal that you set for yourself throughout this day and the series. So take a look at this table. These are the top 3 qualifying categories for English learners into special education. There are, remind me, Vanessa, 13 qualifying categories? See them? 14. Okay, but these are the top 3. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at it. And because we have a majority of special education teachers in the room, perhaps you see a trend or maybe like a common underlying factor in these top 3 qualifying categories as you're looking at the percentages. I have a question for you. Do these percentages reflect the students with disabilities at your school? Do you know? What's the common denominator, per se, for these top 3 qualifying categories for English learners? What do they have in common? What really stands out? Specific learning disabilities, speech or language impairment, and autism. What's common about these categories? So there's a range. What's common for these 3? Language, right? Language is the the common factor here. So these top 3 qualifying categories, if language is the through line, and we're talking about English learners, you really need to be thinking about what questions are coming up as a result of that. If we are qualifying our English learners at 43% for a specific learning disability, and that specific learning disability is language-based, we need to be asking ourselves, what's happening? Why is such a large percentage of English learners qualifying for special education for SLD when language is at the core? That's an important question to ask. Again, we are focusing on English learners with disabilities, but we can't not talk about what's happening or not happening before they qualify for special education because of these percentages. It's an important question to ask. We can't ask the question if we're not familiar with the data. This is state data. So my question to you is, what does your data look like? And if you don't know, go talk to your EL person or talk to your district person in charge of data and begin to have that conversation and begin to establish that relationship of collaboration so that we can triangulate our efforts to address these problems of practice. Anything in the chat, Vanessa?
just chiming in on the fact that it's very much consistent with what they see in their local data. Also, some comments related to the assessment process and the importance of bilingual assessors, as well as culturally and linguistically responsive pedagogy, and as well as assessment processes. So just a lot of head nodding, virtual head nodding, and just pointing out that it continues to be an issue everywhere in the state.
So again, lots of questions regarding assessment, regarding referral, regarding ELD, right? Good questions. They are good questions, and they're important questions to have and to articulate and to drive a dialogue around best practices. So with that, I'm going to share a short video clip. Now, the title of this video clip is very precise, right? Under and over identification of ELs in special education, which is why the previous slide kind of sets up this video. But as you are viewing this video, I want to offer you a purpose for viewing. So the purpose for viewing, you can't see the question up there, I'm going to have to come up here. I want you to think about, as you are viewing the video, what resonates with you. Be thinking about your goal, right, or your goals that you've established, and also what about what you are listening and viewing resonates with, or what's familiar with what's happening at your site. So again, think about your site in your respective role, and what about this video either validates, resonates, or a combination of.
I wondered if we could just have take a 30,000 foot view for a minute in terms of both over and under identification of English language learners in special education, and why both of those things happen and why it's so hard.
Right. When you look broadly at it, really in places that have significant amount of ELL support, bilingual education, ESL support, really systems that are looking at culturally and linguistically appropriate practices, the percentages of ELL students who also have special education needs end up being really close to monolingual English children. So the percentages are about the same. When you move away from those, and you are in systems that maybe either don't have the resources or are learning about serving English language learners, so there aren't enough services or supports to address their language learning needs, then often we want students to get help. So then often, because special education is there, that seems to be the first place that people go. But for English language learners who are really just in that process, who they may be having challenges, but they're really just English language learners having challenges and going through that developmental process. Special education isn't where they need to be. We need to make our English language learning services and bilingual services and culturally responsive environments, broaden those programs to serve them. So that's where sometimes there's over-identification because we don't necessarily have the services that we need for English languages. And under-identification, I think people are a little bit nervous because they're wondering, well, they're English languages. Of course they're going, maybe they're having challenges because of that. And so people are a little bit nervous to go the route of special education. But what we know is that our English languages who also have specific language impairment, learning disabilities, reading, difficulties are really already in our schools. They're already there. So it's really about building systems that allow us to find those students in a timely manner so we can support them. So making our systems more culturally linguistically responsive and building ESL, bilingual programming, dual immersion programming allows us to really be able to see those students in multiple contexts that are appropriate for them, and we're able to find them. But I think that's, from the 30,000. Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Great feedback, everybody, in the Zoom chat.
What does it sound like, Vanessa?
So just a lot of agreement, and that this is something that they often see and hear,
not enough EL support usually ends up being a route to SPED support, which might not be appropriate, which is not appropriate. And just the fear of not knowing what the best route would be. Also, people chiming in on just recognizing that the appropriate services are not being provided to our English learners. And just this whole notion of, was it, what came first, the chicken or the egg, right? Is it that the system isn't supporting, or, is it that just a particular chunk of individuals are just lacking some skills? So what is it exactly that's happening? And just being more familiar with all of these issues that that are propping up. And I also want to call out some of the discussion around SLD, right? Knowing that it's the largest percentage of our students who are English learners with disabilities, and oftentimes very well-meaning educators and teams thinking, you know what, they're not making progress, let's refer them for special education. There are some gaps, so let's qualify them under SLD, and really recognizing that in learning disability ends up becoming a sympathetic learning disability, and that's not where we want to be.
Thanks, Vanessa. I often refer to that as what I always called, even before I came into this work of English learners with disabilities, the pobrecito factor. Like, oh no, that's too hard, let's do this. Or in this case, let's refer them because they're going to get the help that they need in special education, when the help and support that they need is a requirement of general education through Title III. So I want to give you the mic because I know that you guys had a really good, I could tell you guys had a really good dialogue over there. Just share some insights from your dialogue. What resonated with you? What was part of your discussion?
Just the issue with our discussion is that we were just relating the information from the video to a particular student. So we can only share so much, but essentially we saw a lot of the issues of, like, what is the line between, are there issues in education due to learning disability, or is it their needs in EL?
These are important questions to ask. Important questions to ask, because as we seek an answer, we're going to be able to begin to address the problem, right, or problems. And Vanessa has heard me often speak to, my approach is always through the systems lens. That's my training from my very first year here at Imperial County Office of Education, is to approach this work, any of the projects that I've worked with and alongside with, through a systems lens. Because if we are addressing a problem of practice, we all contribute to that problem of practice. Every single one of us contributes to the questions that are arising that are perhaps alarming, or things that you're going like, oh, things that make you pause. Each and every one of us contributes to that. We are all part of the system, for good, for bad, or for ugly. We are all part of that system. If you're in your classroom and you are providing instruction based on an initiative and you choose not to, or you más o menos implement, you're contributing to that system. If you are a district office level and you're charged with ensuring that teachers are trained appropriately, right? And we're not really taking the temperature of who's been trained, what have they been trained on, yet expect teachers to implement without appropriate training or support, you're contributing to the problem. Right? And the reverse is true, right? It's not all about the things that we're not doing. It's also the things that we are doing. And in order for us to have improved outcomes for all of our learners, English learners with disabilities, struggling students, we need to lock arms. it is truly a team lift, right? It's truly a team lift. And I would argue that we will not see improvement of any sort for any particular population of student for any problem of practice unless we lean on each other's expertise and we focus our efforts and are intentional and do a few things and do them well and monitor to make sure that things are going the way that we have designed them to go. So that's my little soapbox on systems, right? But again, please own that you are part of the system that produces what it's producing. Every single person here with your role and responsibility. So we can do more, but only if we reach out to each other, not adding more to your plate. It's not one more thing, folks. It's the thing, but we need to be part of that bigger system. And that's why I encourage you, I invite you to reach out to your counterparts in general education and your EL specialists as well. Vanessa, do you want to add to that? I know you and I have lots of conversations about this regarding this work.
Yes, we have nerd herd conversations. Lupita and I, we get super excited talking about this. But absolutely, it's really about building that collective efficacy and building each other's expertise and really calling out those blind spots. I know that Lupita and I do this often, where I may be missing a critical piece. I really rely on her to help me see those things that I perhaps do not. There's a lot of discussion around statewide around just that, being able to tease out, is it a language difference? Is it a potential disability? And how do we build capacity in our teams? And fortunately, during our time together today, if we pick up the pace, we will get to that because there's just so much. Lupita and I really want to make sure that we include as much information, but not so much that it becomes overwhelming. But we really want you to walk away with some tools that are going to inform those conversations, because really it's encouraging to see so many of you in the chat and here in person pointing out these critical points that we know must be part of a very nuanced conversation that definitely cannot be achieved with one person or one department. The multidisciplinary team approach, the team lift approach is absolutely necessary.
Thanks, Vanessa. So I'm going to leave you with this statement. And before we move, we're beginning to take that deep dive, folks. We're kind of moving away from the beach and we're getting into the water and starting our deep dive. So please read this quote to yourself and pay close attention to what's highlighted. Because again, it's all lining up to what's happening in the classroom on the daily for our English learners and our English learners with disability. So these are the questions that you are and have been asking up to this point so far. We must ask ourselves, is the quality of instruction sufficient, consistent, and standards-based for our English learners, regardless of where they are in that trajectory, whether they are recent English learners, long-term English learners, struggling English learners who are now being referred, or English learners with an IEP. This question still applies. So let's talk about instruction for English learners, required instruction for English learners. In the state of California, all English learners, including English learners with a disability, English learners with an IEP, must receive comprehensive ELD. In the state of California, comprehensive ELD is comprised of two types of ELD instruction. It's not either or, it's both, integrated and designated. Each one of them has a very specific purpose and goal, and together, when implemented together, they will address linguistic and academic needs for our English learners. So integrated ELD happens throughout the day, across content area. The ELD standards are what I refer to as the scaffold resource, so students can have access to math, science, social studies, physical education, language arts. They are the scaffold resource. They're used in tandem with the content standards for those kiddos who are English learners. The ELD standards are organized by language proficiency level. And so it's a matter of identifying your kiddo's language proficiency level, referring to the ELD standards for that proficiency level, and aligned to your content. Designated ELD is a protected block of time, daily, consistently, ELD standards based. In this case, the standards are your focal standards. These are it's your driving resource, not the math, not the language arts, not the science, although that can be the context. But what you are utilizing to design and deliver designated ELD instruction are your ELD standards. Because this is a protected time, the recommendation, requirement actually, but in some cases, depending on the number of English learners that you have, is for students to be leveled by their proficiency level. So you're working with your emerging kiddos, and you're using the emerging level ELD standards to design and deliver instruction for designated ELD. The purpose of designated ELD is exactly that, to be able to enhance language development. So students are able to progress in their English language skills, not their math skills, not their science skills, not their language arts skills, although those are part of ELD. The focus is English language development. So it's important for us to know what is required. These are Title III regulations for all English learners, including the English learners in your classrooms, English learners with an IEP. So just by design, it's important for us to be familiar with the ELD standards so that we can design and deliver appropriate English language instruction and also consider the student's disability in respect to that. Which a couple of slides ago, we noted that the majority of our English learners who qualify for special education have a language-based disability, right? More the reason to really become familiar with the ELD standards and address that part of their linguistic progress. I'm going to have you engage in an activity that was designed by the Belief modules. We use it because it helps really give us a more concrete example of what integrated and designated instruction is, what's the same and what's different. So you have access to this activity, Venn diagram activity, via your slide deck. Those of you in the Zoom room do as well. We're going to give you just a few minutes. You might not have enough time to complete it. We want you to either buddy up. If you're here with somebody, feel free to buddy up and work on this Venn together. The goal is for you to move the tiles and organize them by category. So one part of the Venn is going to be your designated ELD characteristics. The other one is going to be your integrated ELD characteristics, and obviously the section in the middle is what's the same for both. So let's put about, I'm going to say 6 minutes on the clock, Vanessa, to let you engage in this activity. Again, it's to give us a more concrete example to engage the brain and our modes of learning to get a better understanding of comprehensive ELD. So we'll put 6 minutes on the clock. We'll come back and review after 6 minutes. So we're getting close to the 6-minute mark. And I am appreciating the dialogue that's happening here. And I know Vanessa's typing away. So I know there's rich dialogue happening in the Zoom room as well. So let me bring everyone back so we can do a review and a reflect. So let's start with the integrated ELD tiles. And just this activity is just to kind of cement what we are learning in respect to comprehensive ELD at our respective sites. It's not exhaustive. It doesn't mean that this is what it is and this is all it is. It's just a way to make this concept more concrete for all of us here today. So here are where these tiles fell under integrated ELD. You can cross-reference with what you have placed. But again, it's learning. This is a learning opportunity. So for integrated ELD, as stated earlier, this is the lessons are content-based. We're talking about your math, your science, your social studies, your language arts that are supported by the ELD standards, right? Your ELD standards are what I refer to as the scaffold standards to make the content, math, science, social studies, etc., accessible for your English learners. Why? How? Why? Because the ELD standards are designed by language proficiency, and that's how, through the language proficiency, which means that I, the teacher, need to, number one, know what language proficiency level my kiddos are or have. Number two, be familiar with how to utilize the ELD standards in math, science, and social studies based on what the outcome is for math, science, and social studies. So if the students are supposed to compute, right, and be able to explain a process, a mathematical process, then I need to consider the language proficiency level so that that explanation is not 3 sentences if the student is an emerging student, right, like a beginner student. Maybe that explanation can be 2 simple sentences as opposed to 2 more complex sentences. Why? Because the ELD standards are utilized and I'm considering the student's language proficiency level. That's how I provide access, right? And in order for me to do that, I need to be familiar with the student's skill and ability and proficiency level and the resource and match it. This happens all day across the content areas. Students are in school all day in math, science, and social studies. So if they're an English learner, they are provided access to academics across the instructional day with the ELD standards as a support resource. But for integrated ELD, we're focusing on the content, math, science, social studies, and the language objective is the student is supposed to explain at the emerging level how to, right? That's the language objective. Any and all students can participate. Why? Because it's across the content area. It's across the content area. So you're providing, I'm just going to give an example, that's a common resource, a common tool, language frames, right? Because you have, a few emerging kiddos in your class, you're going to provide language frames, and guess what? Anybody can use a language frame, right? Just because explain is explain, right? It's going to look a little different for a kiddo who is learning English, but somebody who has already mastered English will be able to utilize it to get them started. But 9 times out of 10, you're going to get more language from them because, they're more proficient in English. But the tools are there for all kiddos to use. And the ELD standards, again, are used in tandem with the content standards. That's how we provide access. That's how we make students' knowledge and skills build, how they progress, so that when it comes time to assess SBAC, LPAC, they're able to demonstrate what they truly know, what they have truly learned, because we utilize these standards from the get-go. So now let's talk about, actually let me go to the designated and then I'll come back to the center. Designated ELD. This is language taught connected to the needs of the content area. Okay, what does that mean, Lupita? Let's think about science. Actually, let's think about history. History text, whether it's at the elementary, middle, or high school level. If you take a look at your history text, you're going to come across a lot of past tense verbs because we're learning about history, things that happened in the past, right? So if we are aware of the content and the language of the content, history, past tense verbs, science, maybe lots of compare and contrasting type of language and language structures. We need to be familiar with the content through the lens of language. What are kids reading? What are we expecting them to produce based on what they're reading? What types of supports do they need to access the reading? What type of supports do they need to show what they know? We're thinking about the language as we are asking them to show what they know about whatever content or context they're utilizing, okay, based on their proficiency level. We're not going to ask an emerging kiddo to produce language that is designed for an expanding kiddo. And these are the ELD proficiency levels, by the way. The ELD standards are your focal standards. There is a language objective because the focus is language development, not content development. You're using context, but what you're assessing is language development. There's a specific time of day, it's protected time. We call it ELD time, right? Happens Monday through Friday, even on days that we have an assembly, right? Usually, at least my experience is like, oh, no ELD today. I'm being facetious, I apologize for that. The kiddos are grouped by proficiency level. Fully understand that in some cases, especially our smaller rural schools, you don't have enough of one level to create a class, so you combo up. But your numbers will justify what you're able to do, and your resources should align to represent what kiddos need, not the other way around. We are addressing specific demands of the proficiency level. This is we're focusing on the student's proficiency level, language proficiency level, working towards mastery for the next level up. That's how we get kids moving from one proficiency level to the other. This is how they progress linguistically, and that, guess what, impacts them academically. The more English they learn, they're able to apply, they master, it will have an impact on math, science, social studies, linguistically. So now let's look at the middle. What's the same? Both integrated and designated ELD require the use of the ELD standards for effective implementation. Both support English learners. Both are designed to help the development of English language. Neither of them are dependent upon a program. And program is in quotations because we're not talking about curriculum. We're not talking about a book. We're talking about a program of instruction, a dual language program, for example. So if you are contemplating, if your district is moving towards a dual language program, that doesn't mean that that's in lieu of ELD. If you have English learners in a dual language program, they must receive comprehensive ELD, the way that it's designed. So it must continue to be the way that it's designed. So it has to be part of the system from the get-go. So if that, I think Brawley L is moving towards dual language instruction, I believe. They did once upon a time. I think Imperial is one of your schools in Imperial. Cross, I believe, is moving towards dual. Think about this at the front. Don't let it be an afterthought, right? Don't attach it to an existing program. Have it be what you, by design, have it be what you are considering from the get-go. Not dependent upon a program. Rigorous content. Why is it rigorous? Because it's standards-based. Qualified teacher, CLAD, certified teacher. And I think everybody who graduates out of a university in California graduate with a CLAD, right? Some of us have a B-CLAD. And it happens across disciplines daily. Consistent, cohesive, language proficiency-based, standards-based. This is effective, comprehensive ELD instruction for all English learners, including English learners with an IEP. Again, this is not an exhaustive list, but I think it makes concrete not only what comprehensive ELD looks like, what needs to be utilized, but also hopefully it gives you an opportunity to reflect of what does this look like in your respective classrooms at your respective sites. Comprehensive ELD is part of core instruction. It is not an intervention. It's not a supplemental service, per se. It is what all English learners receive as part of their core Tier 1 instruction. Might some English learners need additional support of ELD? Absolutely. Absolutely. Data and progress monitoring will indicate what and when that is necessary. but it is part of core instruction. So the key resource here are the ELD standards. Comprehensive ELD is comprehensive ELD when it is standards based. I know there's lots of wonderful resources, and research indicates best practices. Those are tools and resources that we can utilize to help implement the standards, not in lieu of the standards. Graphic organizers, phenomenal. They are a research proven tool when utilized appropriately, but it's not in lieu of the ELD standards. So the ELD standards are key standards. I'm going to walk you through very quickly kind of the bird's eye view organization of the ELD standards. You'll notice with this graphic that there are 3 parts to the ELD standards. The first part, the first cluster of standards by design are standards that help us, the teachers, design opportunities for students to interact in meaningful ways, to develop their listening, their speaking, their reading, and their writing skills by collaborating, by interpreting language through reading and listening, by producing language through speaking and writing. By design, these standards will do that under Part 1. Part 2 ELD standards focus on the forms and function of English language. We utilize text, right? We utilize your grade level appropriate text. We take a closer look at the written text and we unpack it. And we're looking for what makes this language cohesive. What are some of the words or phrases that put this language together to make sense? What are some of the connecting and condensing ideas, and what words help us connect and condense these ideas? How do we expand and enrich ideas in text? So think about expanding and enriching. Think about adjectives, right? Adjectives will enhance, here's an apple, here's a red apple, right? I'm just giving you really simple examples, right? What connects and condenses ideas? Conjunctions like and, therefore, as a result of. Those words, phrases connect ideas from one sentence to another or one paragraph to another. So Part 2 ELD standards focus specifically on the language of the text to help kids understand what's happening with these words and phrases and how do they help build meaning. That's Part 2. Notice the arrow between Part 1 and Part 2, and there's like little arrows pointing in both directions. That's to indicate that these standards are used simultaneously. I would advise you not to just focus on Part 1 ELD standards, and once we got those down, then we move to Part 2. That's not how it works. That's not the design. Part 2 is the what kids learn about English. Part 1 is how they engage and utilize what they learned about English. So if I'm learning about adjectives to expand and enrich ideas in text, I'm applying it, utilizing the teacher, utilizing the Part 1 ELD standards so that they can engage and interact in meaningful ways with each other, with text, to practice, learn, and master the forms of English that expand and enrich ideas. Just giving you short examples of how, by design, these are working together. Down at the bottom, Part 3, using foundational literacy skills. This is not a separate set of standards. These truly are your K-5 foundational literacy skills. Part 3 ELD standards are your K-5 foundational literacy skills in your Common Core standards. These are designed for kiddos like your newcomers, right, who have limited literacy in English. They might have a little bit literacy in English. Some might have very limited English. Some might have no English skills. So you use the Part 3 ELD standards, which are the foundational literacy standards, to help kids break the code, the English code. Basically teach them how to read, how to decode and encode. And this is really more for, again, your newcomers, kiddos who are zero English, very, very little English. Not the kiddos that have been in your system for a few years. Those 3 levels, expanding, emerging, expanding, and bridging, these are your proficiency levels. The arrows before, throughout, and after indicate that language is a progression. So when even your newcomers that come in with zero English, they have zero English language skills, but they have language skills. And because we know such a high percentage of English learners are Spanish speakers, guess what? English and Spanish are more similar than not. The alphabet, the sounds, words, cognates, there's a lot to build from, even for kiddos who have zero English skills. We need to tap into that. So from the emerging level, even before the emerging level, all through the bridging level and beyond. I'm an English learner. I learned English in school. My parents don't speak English. I continue to build my English language skill depending on the context. I learned about the 13 qualifying categories. These are vernacular that I didn't have in my vocabulary because it wasn't my scope of work. New words for me, right? I often use the example of the English that I used to write my papers in high school, the complexity of that language in English, and comparing to the papers that I wrote in college, comparing to the reports that I have to write today. Very different. And it continued to grow. And if I'm in a new context, I'm going to develop more language, more vocabulary, more conceptual knowledge in English if I learned it in English. So again, the arrows are really important. Progress is progress is progress. Kids don't come to us as empty vessels. They may not have English skills, but they have sophisticated thinking in their primary language. And so it is our responsibility to tap into that and to begin to build some supports, use the accessibility resources, use the ELD standards, and use each other to help build more effective ELD instruction for all of our kiddos. So the English language progression, this is an example of what it could look like. You know those arrows in between each one of the proficiency levels? It's important to note that English language acquisition is not cookie cutter. It's really contingent upon what the kiddo brings to the table. And like I said a little bit earlier, even if they have zero English skills does not mean that they're an empty vessel, that they don't have language skills, right? So I understand as a newcomer with, let's just say, very minimal English speaking skills, that this is a chair, una silla. I understand the concept of the chair. I understand what it's for. I understand how to use it. So that sophisticated thinking is there. I just don't have the label for it. I know silla. You have to teach me chair. Does that make sense? So they're not empty vessels. They have a wealth of knowledge and background of experiences, and they have language skills, which will vary. So when a student is learning English, when an English learner is learning English, some of the skills may progress a little quicker than others. Oftentimes, in my experience as a teacher and as a staff developer, and working with staffs, and we have these conversations, oftentimes what I know and what I hear is that kiddos pick up their oral skills, kind of pick up, they begin to understand enough to where they are able to articulate, oftentimes to the point where you think that they're proficient, right? But when it comes to reading and writing, it paints a different picture, right? So that is also true for an English learner with an IEP. That's not a manifestation of their disability. That is a very typical manifestation or behavior of English language acquisition. So we need to understand, how is the disability impacting language, or is it not? In order to make that determination, we need to understand a little bit about English language acquisition. Again, team lift. This is where you reach out to your EL lead, coach, director, coordinator, expert, maybe it's a colleague, right? To have these conversations. Again, English learners are a diverse group. We have our newly arrived with adequate schooling. If you get kiddos from Mexicali who come to you and they go to colegio, which is the private schools, guess what? They get English instruction. They get English instruction. And oftentimes, they're pretty fluent. You have newly arrived with limited formal schooling, gaps. I would argue that all of our kiddos have educational gaps as a result of COVID, right? EOs and ELs. English learners who are developmentally normally, kids who are kind of progressing normally. Long-term English learners, we just saw some alarming data around our long-term English learners and related to English learners with disabilities, and then are at risk of becoming long-term. We have to ask ourselves, why? Why are they not progressing? And we kind of already started having those thoughts, those questions. So this is a resource that can be found in the California Practitioner's Guide for Educating English Learners with Disabilities, which has been a grounding resource for this work, especially for the first iteration of our grant. We basically built our support and services around this resource, and so we weave it into this continued work as well. This is figure 2.10. Clicking on that title will give you access to the entire document. Here are just a few of the questions, framing questions, to help us think about and be more intentional about instructional lesson planning for English learners and English learners with disabilities. We need to be familiar with the students' proficiency levels. How do we do that? Is it on the roster? If it's not on the roster, who do we ask? We need to be familiar with the ELD standards. Where are the ELD standards? You can access them here on our slide deck, but do you have training? Do you need training? When was the last time you had training? We need to understand what the standards call out to help us design opportunities for students to interact using the English language in meaningful ways. What does that look like, and what do the standards say about what that looks like for each of the proficiency levels? And then what are some other challenges that are being presented? Maybe they're systemic challenges. Maybe you don't have designated ELD block of time. Maybe it's a pull out or a push in. I'm not saying that that's not appropriate. It very well can be appropriate, but what does it look like? Is that a challenge? Why is it a challenge? So again, framing questions. So I've spent pretty much close to 2 hours talking to you about data, asking you, giving you opportunities to be reflective about what's happening, what's not happening, opportunities to think about your role and contribution to this existing system, and how you have an impact. Regardless of what your role and responsibility is, you have an impact. So we shared lots of facts and figures and numbers. We need to understand that. That data is important. But there's also another layer. What do we know about the individual students? What are their goals? What are their characteristics? What are their abilities and what are their backgrounds? Because all of those pieces of information have an important role in whether or not the student is progressing. We refer to them as extrinsic factors that impact learning. Right? So Vanessa is going to walk us through, kind of zooming out now, right? We kind of set the foundation. We're going to zoom out now to speak to one of the frameworks that many of us are familiar with and maybe are just now dipping our toe in what MTSS is. But I think, Vanessa, should we do a quick little brain break before we shift gears? Let's do a 6-minute break so that when I hand it over to Vanessa, we're going to be able to kind of clean slate to some degree, but layer our knowledge onto this MTSS framework and what it means for English learners with disabilities. So let's put 6 minutes on the clock, and we will reconvene.
We're going to go ahead and get started. So Lupita really took care in establishing a foundation for all of us and setting a context for our conversation. So you'll notice that on day 1 of our flyer, we talk about MTSS, UDL, SST, and why the sequence matters. Well, we're going to go ahead and start tying it all together so that we can engage in these conversations with that added lens of the urgency that we are feeling as multidisciplinary teams to meet the needs of dually identified students. So let's jump into it. So we talked very specifically about the 13 distinct disability categories. We talked about being an English learner. We talked about proficiency levels. We talked about how being an English learner is not a disability category. However, if we remove those elements, we still have to contend with the fact that our individual students have a jagged learner profile. What does that mean? Well, that means that if we refer to this graphic, there truly is no such thing as average, where all of us are average on everything, right? When we're looking at an individual, there are various dimensions of identity. We are stronger in some areas than others. However, nobody is average up and down when we consider individual characteristics. And a great read for engaging in these conversations is Dr. Todd Rose's book, The End of Average. The reason I bring this up before we engage in the MTSS conversation is that the multi-tiered system of support really isn't just those tier 1, 2, and 3 levels of instruction and intervention. As you can tell, many things live under the umbrella of MTSS, from family and community engagement, administrative leadership, integrated educational frameworks, inclusive policy, and practice. And if you notice, right by that handle, it says all means all. What does that mean? Well, when we're looking at the MTSS umbrella, we're looking at academic needs, behavioral needs, and social emotional needs. At the center is that whole child approach. That means that we are considering all of these dimensions of identity that Lupita touched on in her prior section. We're considering culture, ethnicity, disability, race, sexuality, and gender. We are considering their jagged learner profile. And in order for us to engage in this conversation a little bit more deeply, I want to invite you to engage in this quick little activity. So I want you to doodle your own variability. Take a look at some of these elements: interest, persistence, self-regulation, perception, language and symbols, comprehension, physical action, communication, and executive functions. Go ahead and doodle that. And if you're feeling bold, our Zoom friends, in our chat, go ahead and enter the 2 that you want to share. What is your high? What is your low? Maybe there's multiples. And even if you do not write it down physically, start developing that image in your mind of what this variability graphic might look like for you. If you notice, there's a circle to the side that talks about contexts. So we set a context earlier with data. However, we want to switch now to think of context as an environment or an opportunity. Think of it as content area for some of our students. My level of interest and persistence is going to be highly dependent on the academic context. I know that I will be 100% interested in my science class, but perhaps not so much in my algebra class, or vice versa. Same thing with a hobby. Those of us that had to take piano lessons or dance lessons, our own variability is going to change depending on that context. Consider PD sessions. Hopefully interest right now is high. So again, it's important for us to understand our own variability, because when we're considering how it is that we meet the needs for our students, it is absolutely integral at the center of the MTSS discussion. So we talked about MTSS as an umbrella. And the reason that this is important for us to consider as we move forward in this context of supporting dually identified students, now we're going to peel some of those layers back and reveal what is at the core. So when we're looking at the MTSS process, we're looking at the RTI squared model that lives there. Positive behavior intervention supports, professional development, technology, collaboration between teams, family and community engagement, school and community collaboration. Again, engaging with all of the child, that whole child approach. And guess what? That is inclusive of families and the community in which they live. So keeping that in mind, now let's focus in a little bit more into one of the elements from the MTSS framework, and those are the tiers of intervention. So in setting the context, Lupita shared a video where we talk about issues of over-identification and under-identification. As I shared with you earlier, my own background is in special education. I taught for 18 years in an RSP setting and an SDC setting. So I really got to see how it is that our students engage in our system and how it is that they move from being a general education student to being a general education student with some supports to participating in the SST structure to now having perhaps a 504 plan to then beefing up that 504 plan, then having an assessment plan, and then finally being in special education. That is typically what happened in my experience, but we really want to rewrite that process. And we want to see these tiers of instruction and intervention as a ways to support and prevent issues of over-identification, especially considering those alarming numbers that we saw in those graphs for our long-term English learners. Because again, in conversation with practitioners statewide, what we end up seeing is that once a student qualifies for special education, we tend to want to provide all services within the context of special education. And the reality is that ELD instruction, comprehensive ELD, is where ELD needs to take place. So we're going to be looking at different ways of addressing those specific needs, but right now let's jump into those tiers of intervention because these alarming numbers continue to be present. And earlier in the chat, I was asking some of you if you knew where you could get your own local data. That is going to be really important to have those conversations that may lead to actionable next steps, because though this is great satellite data for where the state is, we know that there are specific elements related to your own LEAs that will need to be factored in to really have meaningful conversation around our tiers of intervention. So I'm going to introduce you to our Gurusita. This is our little Gurus. That's not her real name. We found her on Getty, but like she looks like a Gurus to us. And she is in all of our slides for when we do some of these PD sessions. So with our MTSS lens, consider your current role and responsibilities as a gen ed teacher, as a SPED teacher, speech language path, bilingual assessor, whatever your current role and responsibility is. And I want you to think, no right or wrong answer here, and share out in the chat. How does this graphic relate to English learners? How does it relate to students with disabilities? English learners with disabilities, or multilingual students with exceptional needs? What is the role of these specific student groups in this pyramid? Where do they live? Take a minute or two to connect with your elbow partners, have a conversation, and those of you joining us on Zoom, go ahead and pop in the chat and share your thoughts. Based on your role and responsibility, how does the graphic relate to English learners, to students with disabilities, or those dually identified English learners with disabilities? All right, so let's start bringing it back together. And I'm interested to hear what some of you shared. Anybody, brave soul. Anyone? Bueller? Where do we see our English learners, students with disabilities, English learners with disabilities? Let me prompt the discussion. Is Tier 3 special education? Genuine question. Is Tier 3, given your current role and responsibilities, is Tier 3 special education? Give me a thumbs up, thumbs down, and you can do it here by your chest so that if you're a little shy on letting other people know what your answer is. What do you think? Is Tier 3 SPED? So what I'm asking is, students with disabilities, are they all in Tier 3? Or is special education Tier 3? Once the student gets to Tier 3, are they already in SPED? Thank you. So Tier 3, she shared, is about more intensified supports. Can we agree with that? Lupita, do we have anything in the chat?
Have a lot of no's.
Perfect.
We have some questions about some trainings referring as Tier 3 as special education. So there's a couple of questions about that, but most of them are a no.
Perfect. So let's do some myth busting. We love doing myth busting in these sessions because sometimes information and knowledge gets passed down and it's taken as fact, when in fact we really need to go back and consider additional elements. So those three student groups mentioned up there, English learners, students with disabilities, English learners with disabilities, guess what? They're all in Tier 1. They all may have access to Tier 2 based on need, and they all may have access to Tier 3 based on need. Special education is not Tier 3. Tier 1 is instruction, core instruction, first best instruction, available to all. Tier 2 is intervention, and Tier 3 is intensified support and intervention. We're going to get into it. So, based on the work of Dr. Jerice Butterfield, we took some of her information and put it together in this graphic that really shows how the tiers of instruction interact with special education. Okay? So the multi-tiered system of support looks like this graphically. I shared with you a little while ago that dually identified students retain Tier 1 core instruction. All students begin with Tier 1. Dually identified students continue to have access to Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions based on need. And this is fluid. You're not there for life or in perpetuity. And guess what? This includes comprehensive ELD. Some students may make adequate progress with Tier 1 instruction in designated ELD, but some will require Tier 2 and possibly Tier 3, just as you would with language arts, math, and any other content area. So there are many questions related to what is what, right? So this graphic really breaks down the 3 tiers of high quality core instruction, supports, and intervention. I'm gonna give you a second or two, or like a minute or two, to take a look at this graphic. If you're here in person, share with your elbow partner some ahas, some new learnings, or perhaps some reassurance on, yes, I had that right. In our Zoom chat, I want our Zoom participants to take a look at this graphic and share those same ahas, those new learnings, or those reaffirming bits of information that support your current practice. I put a minute or two on the clock so we can engage in that conversation. So what are some thoughts, ideas, ahas that surfaced? Did this align with your current understanding? Were there new learnings? Some clarifications? Who may need to get their hands on this? Right, right. So the comment was that there's a need for our general education friends to have access to some of these resources so that it can be clear to them that there are a variety of other ways in which we can meet needs for our students prior to getting to that point where we want to start that process for a potential assessment, right? And for a lot of us from special education, having a special education background, part of our program was really just designing instruction for learners of many abilities. So sometimes when we see a student struggle, we immediately think graphic organizer, adapted paper, line reader, rulers, visuals. Let me put it in a slide deck. Let me take a picture of it. Let me enlarge it. So we're constantly finding ways to make that content accessible. And because a lot of this information sometimes gets lost, that communication and that ability for us to connect with multidisciplinary teams isn't there, there may be a disconnect in practices. And Lupita is very much a systems thinker, and we are always having discussions around gears, right? And the gears in the system, I see the gears working perfectly. Some of the gears are going super fast, but you know what? Sometimes those gears aren't connecting. So we're spinning wildly, crazily, sometimes without the appropriate lubrication there to work. And some of those spokes are getting chipped away, but we're spinning. But that connection aspect isn't necessarily there. So this resource is a great tool for you to engage in having sometimes difficult conversations, let's be honest. But I love a resource like this that helps depersonalize that conversation. These are conversations that need to be had. These are new learnings that need to be explored together, but they can be difficult. So a resource like this is incredibly helpful in having those discussions. and having some time together to talk about what Tier 1 is for English learners, what Tier 2 is for English learners, and what Tier 3 is for English learners. Because the focus of these sessions for us is taking a tiered approach to accessibility, we are highlighting resources that are going to support you in having these conversations and in building your collective expertise within your local multidisciplinary teams. We know that some of us as learners, we learn differently. Some of us might be incredibly happy with that Tier 1, 2, and 3 table. Some of us need more visuals. Some of us need that hybrid way of connecting with content both electronically and in print. And keeping that in mind, our team has developed through Lupita's wonderful eye here, these resources that break down what Tier 1 core instruction is, what Tier 2 core intervention is, and what Tier 3 intervention is. And they are scaffolded in a way that allow you to have team-based discussions and expand further to take a look at what is happening locally and what it is that we want to get done. Because let's not lose sight of the fact that we're having this conversation with the focus of dually identified students and issues of over-identification or under-identification. And I want to highlight that because it's important for us to see that through line in our conversation, that these are not isolated topics. They very much build upon each other and will help inform our overall process so that we're not spinning wildly as little gears without having that connectedness that makes the machine or the system work. So it's important for us to go back to this image because this is another tool for depersonalizing that conversation. Tier 1, oh, they're not making progress. Let's give them an intervention. 4 weeks, oh, the intervention isn't working. Let's put them in SPED, right? And again, I'm speaking from my own experience. Sometimes walking down the hallway in my previous school site, I was like, oh my goodness, Vanessa, have I got a client for you? It's like, no, like what did the process look like? So fortunately for us, the MTSS process really gives us a structure to take a look at what Tier 1 instruction should be, what Tier 2 interventions are and what they are not, as well as to what Tier 3 interventions are and what they are not. And what Tier 3 interventions are clearly not, it's not special education and it's not a pathway to special education. Okay? I'll say that again, louder for those in the back. Tier 3 interventions are not a pathway to special education, nor is it special education itself. Okay? All right, because this is heavy duty thinking, I want to give you some time to really sit with the tiers of instruction and intervention, explore them, and just engage in this Jamboard activity. Fingers crossed the link will work. If it doesn't, let us know, we'll troubleshoot. But what you'll find is a link to a Jamboard. And what this Jamboard is going to prompt you to do is going to do a free flow. That very first page of the Jamboard will allow you to use the stickies feature. And you are going to post what you think is a Tier 1, Tier 2, or Tier 3 instructional and or intervention support based on what you have at your school site. If you don't know, it's okay. We always want to make sure that in these sessions, we provide not a safe space, but a brave space. A brave space for us to be vulnerable and connect with others so that we can really cover some of our blind spots. So let me test this link. So if just click on the title Jamboard activity, this one worked. So click on the title and it will open this page. If it doesn't, I'll step down and go double check it. But this is what you'll see when you pop it open. So using the sticky note feature, which is this one right here, you are going to click it and type what you think is a tier 1 instructional tool. So I'm going to type in, I'm really going to date myself here, and I'm going to do Houghton Mifflin. And I'm going to do that. And I'm going to put it here as tier 1. And for tier 2, I think I'm going to do well, I'm thinking. And for tier 2, I think that we are going to do read 180. And then for tier 3, I think that seeing stars is a tier 3. And that is what I think falls where. So again, take a minute or two to just do a free flow, really quick free flow on those different tiers. In the interest of time, I'm going to regroup us. You may continue jotting down if that is helping you process this information. But I want to ask some questions. Number 1, do we know everything that's available? Give me a hands up or a thumbs up, thumbs down in Zoom if you know all of the things that are available at your site. Okay. Give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down if you know who to go to get a list of all the programs, supports that are available in your site. Give me a thumbs up, thumbs down if those programs and supports are used appropriately. Right? And guess what? This is a brave space where we can have these reflections and start thinking of actionable next steps that are anchored in our sphere of influence. And our sphere of influence can be extended further by reaching out. So it's important for us to take an activity such as this one, and maybe not in the Jamboard format, maybe utilizing actual Post-its and some poster paper with your own sites, so that we can make visible the fact that we do not all have the necessary information. There might be an expert on site, but that information might reside with that expert. So how can we provide opportunities to build our own understanding of what we have available in our tiers of instruction and support to appropriately serve and support students, so that we can then take a look at appropriate pre-referral strategies and potential assessment for special education services, so that we're not jumping from tier 1 into SPED referral, right? And bypassing those tier 2 and tier 3 interventions, because we know in special education, and I'm sorry if this sounds cliche, once you get in, you sometimes never get out. And I don't think some of our family members understand that. So it's important for us to not sell special education as extra help when that's what our tier 2 and tier 3 interventions are designed for. Okay. Do I have you all nice and depressed now? Hopefully inspired. Hopefully inspired. So, tier 1 is first best instruction. So think about where you place those stickies on the Jamboard or in your mental Jamboard. Tier 1 is for everyone in all content areas. Specifically to English learners, we're monitoring and tracking academic and language acquisition growth. We are conducting some sort of universal screening to determine student risk levels. We are also providing core research-based reading programs and ELD services to build that language and literacy component. Okay? Because we know that language is at the core of all instruction. Therefore, it makes sense that language is at the core of the instruction of our students who are multilingual learners. That is how they will be able to connect to their content areas and demonstrate growth. This graphic there, available for you to explore with your teams. Tier 1 instruction is all of the elements with linked resources to take your teams into a deeper discussion if this is an area of focus for you and your site-based teams. Tier 2 interventions in all content areas, should some students need it. Typically, 15% of our students will need some level of tier 2 intervention. What it is, what it isn't, available there for you in that infographic that is accessible electronically and also as a printable document. We've also linked figure 2.11, just as we did on this slide, figure 2.8, so that you can pop it open from the practitioner's guide should you need to set a deeper context for having these discussions, right? Because sometimes we know that in having some of these really nuanced, a little difficult discussions, we come to the says who, right? So it's important for us to have information to help our teams understand where this is coming from, right? Because I know for myself, I need to have a clear purpose for learning, and that why needs to be clearly understandable and visible to me. So that is a helpful tool for you to do that. And then finally, tier 3 interventions. These are available for all content areas as well. And here, this is for few. About 5% of your students may require tier 3 interventions, which should be happening daily. Typically, they have a lower student to teacher ratio and are intensive evidence-based interventions. So if a student is receiving tier 3 interventions for reading fluency, but the intervention program is for comprehension, mismatch. Okay? Which is why it's important to have diagnostic assessments to help you make that determination. And this takes us back to my earlier question. What do we have available as a means of pulling this data from? Back in my day, I loved me some results. I love doing results assessments. I love the BPST, but I had access to all of those assessments. And I was able to establish small intervention groups even within my own student caseload. So knowing what's available is critical to be able to make these decisions and see who goes up from tier 1 to tier 2 and in what area. and who goes up from tier 2 to tier 3 and in what area and for how long. Now, a curious thing happens in tier 2. Sometimes the conversation goes something like this. Well, you know, I have about 50% of my students in tier 2. Okay. Take some time right now, and in the chat, my Zoom friends, drop in what you think that means, or what would your response be to that. I have 50% of my students receiving tier 2 interventions. If you're here in person, talk to your elbow partner. What might that tell you if you have 50% of your students receiving tier 2 interventions? No right or wrong answer, we're just thinking. Brave space. I have 50%, over 50% of my students receiving tier 2 interventions. Anything in the chat, Lupita?
The revisit tier 1 instruction, lots of interventions or additional support in tier 1. Basically, it points back to tier 1.
Yes, absolutely. So if your tier 2 is so deeply impacted, that is an immediate sign for us to go back and revisit our tier 1. Tier 1 is inclusive of differentiated instruction. Tier 1 is inclusive of UDL design, and Lupita's going to get in a little bit deeper into that. So let's go back to tier 1. Because then another layer of the conversation is like, I have about 25% of my students receiving tier 3. Let's go back. Let's look at tier 2, right? And it's a trickle down effect. Because if you have so many of your students requiring intervention at the tier 2 or tier 3 level, it really is a conversation that should be taking place around core instruction and what that looks like, right? I'm not saying that it's because core is being done wrong or it needs to be done better. All I'm saying is that we need to go back and look at it with a critical eye to see if it's truly meeting the needs of all of our students and what some supports be that we can incorporate, weave in, weave out, so that we are able to reach that 85%, which is just an estimate, of students that make progress with tier 1 instruction. Okay. And for English learners, it's critical because language is at the core of all curriculum. You cannot engage with content area learning if you don't have the necessary language to do so, whether it be through those ELD standards that promote collaboration, right? Production of language, knowing how English language works through complex sentences, parts of speech, and those foundational skills that are necessary to be able to engage with those tasks. And if we go back to that initial image of the MTSS framework, where we saw all means all, with the whole child at the center of it, we really are talking about the whole child. How we serve students with tier 1 instruction needs to be inclusive of who they are and what they bring into the classroom. Because as Lupita shared earlier, our English learners come in with rich experiences that are linked to who they are in relation to culture, ethnicity, disability, race, sexuality, but it's up to us to make those connections, to make that tier 1 learning accessible, right, for our students, because there is that jagged profile, right, where variability is the norm, not the exception. So having all of these elements in place is going to be supportive for us as we develop a truly inclusive tier 1 instructional model that can then be supported, should students need it, by tier 2 interventions and tier 3 interventions. Figure 2.6 really calls out the importance of culturally and linguistically sustaining pedagogy. And it's important for us to address linguistic and segregation and implicit bias in our practices. So one of the ways that we can have this conversation that, again, can be a little difficult sometimes is by having a resource that allows us to depersonalize this conversation, right? Recognizing and using cultural and linguistic knowledge, their experiences and learning styles, ties back into this guy. How else might we have culturally and linguistically sustaining pedagogy? Well, by integrating history and culture of the students in the curriculum, by presenting healthy perceptions of cultural and linguistic identity, and also by developing personal efficacy and cultural pride of the whole child. That does not mean develop lessons in culture, develop lessons in ethnicity. It just means considering the whole child as we are attempting to navigate through tier 1 first best instruction, providing appropriate tier 2 interventions as needed in any of the content areas, and those very specific tier 3 interventions to help meet the needs of our students, and addressing culturally and linguistically sustaining pedagogy to ensure that they have access to what they truly need. So these are 2 great resources that we've linked here in relation to the MTSS framework and English learners. That's the very first document you see there, as well as the one for MTSS and students with disabilities. So we're getting close to lunchtime, so this will be our very last activity before we break, because I don't want to lose momentum and all of the knowledge that we've built up to this point. Take about 5 minutes to read both documents or scan through them and tell your partner, what do you notice? What do you wonder? Are there similarities? Are there differences? Take about 6 minutes on the clock to do that, and I will check in on you to see how we're doing in those 6 minutes. Did you notice any differences other than, of course, the title? So it's very much the same, right? It's very much the same. And when Lupita and I started working together, I remember thinking like, oh my goodness, like her experience as an ELD specialist and my experience as a SPED teacher is so similar in that oftentimes the feedback is, I don't know how to serve those students, right? I don't know how to serve English learners. I don't know how to serve students with disabilities. And really it was like having that realization of like, oh my goodness, like it totally makes sense that we link arms, connect Wonder Twin rings, and really do some of this meaningful work, right? Because there are so many similarities in how it is that we address the needs of students who are multilingual learners and students who have exceptional needs through the MTSS framework, and therefore just in academics and school environments and community in general. So here are some reflection questions that you can utilize with your teams when using some of the tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 resources. Because although we are together here as learners in a learning opportunity, we recognize that some of you have additional charges at your site, whether it be leading a PLC, a COP, or maybe a department chair, or collaborating with your peers. We want to provide you with some tools to have these conversations, because clearly everyone here is investing in moving that needle. So here are some pause and process questions that are related to the tiers of instruction and intervention for those site-based teams that you might be working in or supporting or leading. So before we break to lunch, this will be your ticket out the door. I want you to think of the following while having this image as an anchor to your process. When educating English learners with disabilities, I used to think blank, but now I think blank. When educating English learners with disabilities, I used to think blank, but now I think blank. I'll start with my example, and I'll tell you how I would tell my students. Try not to use my example, boys and girls, but if you need to, go right ahead. Yes, build on it. I used to think that I could teach ELD to English learners with disabilities, but now I think that I still need to reach out to ELD specialists when I am stuck. All right, who's ready to start sharing? Your ticket out the door.
I have some. I have some from the Zoom room.
Okay.
I used to think that EL learners with disabilities could have their needs met in a specialized academic instruction class, but now I realize that often those students need designated ELD in a general ed setting.
Wow. Yes, yes, yes. Who agrees with that here in the room? Yeah, for sure. Anything else? Here. Yeah, go ahead. Yes. So the comment was, I used to think that, you would move students from tier 1 to tier 2, but now I think or realize that I need to consider what wasn't working in tier 1 and go back and take a look at it with a critical eye. Anybody else? I used to think I'm hungry, but now I know for reals I'm hungry. Is that what's happening? All right. Okay. So thank you everyone for being so engaged and participating. We are going to break for lunch. It is 11:43, but being the kind soul that I am, I'm going to pretend it's 11:45 and give you till 12:45. Oh my goodness, so nice. And we will see you back here at 12:45. Enjoy your lunch, and let's get ready to keep digging in deeper. Thank you. Keep it moving. We know the carb coma is real. All right. Welcome back, everybody. While we get settled and comfortable as we rejoin our conversation, I want to provide you some time to pause and process. We did take some time off our lunch. We did get a chance to declutter our mind for a little bit, but now I want to bring you back into that frame of mind of the MTSS framework, specifically the tiers of instruction and intervention, and what it means for our English learners, what it means for our students with disabilities, and what it means for those who are dually identified, meaning English learners with disabilities. So earlier we engaged in discussion surrounding comprehensive ELD, which we know it to be both designated, standalone, ELD standards, focal standards, designated time of the day, and integrated ELD standards in tandem with those content area standards throughout the day, happening every day. This for English learners, right? So One of the really important questions that came up in the Q&A and in the chat is, well, what about designated ELD as identified in the IEP process? So some of you utilize SACE as your IEP vendor. And in SACE, on the special factors page, the question that came up was related to that. If it is established that general education ELD is the most appropriate for all students, why is the option in SACE included for students with an IEP, right, who are English learners? Well, I'm afraid I'm going to have to give you the age-old answer that we give in special education. It depends, right? So the reason that that is listed in the IEP is because there is a continuum for LRE for ELD as well. So yes, we start the conversation from Gen Ed ELD. We always consider Gen Ed as the least restrictive environment. However, we recognize that for some students, their level of need is such that the most appropriate place for them to receive ELD instruction is in the special education classroom. Again, this is not a unilateral decision. It's an IEP team decision. If the student is an English learner, an ELD specialist, an ELD teacher, or somebody who is well-versed in the ELD standards should be included to make informed decisions and determinations as to where the appropriate place for the student to receive ELD, designated ELD instruction will be. Case in point, students who have significant cognitive needs will require some levels of support that perhaps cannot be provided in the general education classroom setting. That doesn't mean that the student will forever have to be receiving ELD instruction in that special education setting. With appropriate training, with appropriate supports, we may get to the point where the student would be adequately served in a Gen Ed designated ELD class. Another consideration would be preferred mode or modes of communication for some of our students. So this is a perpetual bee in my bonnet. And that is the comment that some students are nonverbal. And I like to say non-speaking, not nonverbal, right? Because nonverbal is tied to the Latin root of not having words, we seem to think that that is the case, when in fact we know that that is not 100% the case. Some of our students have different modes of communication that might not be inclusive of speaking, producing oral language, yet language is there. So for some of those students, the best place for them to receive designated ELD instruction may be with their special education teacher. So again, it is there so that the team can engage in conversation to make a determination as to what is best for the whole child, the individual student, and so that we can step away from making blanket determinations such as, oh, well, all English learners who are in an SDC setting need to stay with their SPED teacher for ELD. Where is the individualized in that? Okay, it's important that we consider what supports, tier 1 supports, can be afforded to the student before making a determination that a more restrictive environment, even for ELD, because there is a continuum there as well, is the most appropriate. Knowing full and well that just as you would engage in collaborative consultation between a Gen Ed teacher and a SPED teacher, if the student is participating in an SAI model where there's a push in, pull out model, the same thing for ELD. You can absolutely engage in those different levels of hierarchies in regards to the supports for the least restrictive environment for instruction in designated ELD. Okay, any questions related to that? Yeah, it's a bit of a heavy one, but I did want to make sure that we hit on that, because I don't want you to go away thinking that ELD can only take place in SPED or can only take place in Gen Ed. There is a continuum of services and supports, and we always want to consider the least restrictive environment for all areas, including designated ELD. Yes, question. Okay. Yeah, so that's a great question. So the question is, should students be leveled for ELD instruction, designated ELD instruction? And best practice says absolutely yes. However, those kids don't come in perfect groups of 30, right? So it might not be possible for you to have a group that is solely expanding, that is solely bridging, that is solely this or the other, right? So when we use the ELD standards as your focal standards during designated ELD time, those standards are written to address those different levels, emerging, expanding, and bridging, right? So you would want to take a look at how it is that those standards are established in the makeup of your class to be able to then have deliver content in a way that is meaningful and at their level. So this is, and thank you for pointing that out, because that's another reason why some of our kiddos, especially some of our students who meet eligibility criteria under SLD, should be receiving ELD instruction with their Gen Ed peers, because if the groups are leveled, they're already structured in a way where they are to receive the supports, the linguistic supports that they need to be able to engage in the content. There is no real reason, unless some specifics occur that come up in the discussion of the multidisciplinary team, where perhaps some circumstances might make it more appropriate for the student to receive designated ELD instruction in a SPED setting than in a Gen Ed setting, but seldom times are there true valid reasons for that to happen. Lupita, I see you have a question back there, or comment.
Just to add to your response, and then also to address a question in the Q&A. When we speak to levels, the consideration is the student's language proficiency level, so that I can design instruction based on that proficiency level, and what guides that are the ELD standards. So students for designated ELD should be grouped by proficiency level, because the purpose of designated ELD is to take you from the emerging level to the expanding level, right? We understand that that may not always be perfectly aligned with, particularly the smaller schools, here in Imperial County, Mulberry, Magnolia, right? However, the way that you design designated ELD doesn't have to look the same way. What has to be the same is the instruction by proficiency level for that student or students at the same proficiency level. It's, think about when you are, again, a setting where you are teaching 3rd and 4th grade, right? It's the same concept, not easy. I'm not saying it's easy, right? It presents another layer of responsibility for us as teachers, but the goal is the same. And so if we deviate from the goal, which is getting kiddos from one language level to the other by not grouping or by not designing our instruction around that student or student's proficiency level, we're missing the mark, and it's going to show, right? So we have to consider who our kids are. We have to know their proficiency level and what their capacity is in listening, speaking, reading, and writing, because remember earlier I said, just because they're at this level doesn't mean that all those domains are going to be at the same level. They'll vary a little bit. And when we add the student's disability and how it manifests within those domains, a little bit more complicated. More the reason to know as much as we can about the student's ability, skill, the disability, how and where it manifests, so that we can align our resources. And that's why we lean on each other. That's why I lean on Vanessa. That's why Vanessa leans on me, so that we can, wonder to empower it, right? We have to. It's a team lift. I hope that that brings some insight to your question. I know it's not a hard yes, hard no, because it really does depend on so many different variables. The constant, folks, is the ELD standards are instrumental in helping us be intentional about designing and delivering comprehensive ELD instruction. And so if that is a barrier, or if that is a problem of practice, or if that is an area that you have identified for yourself is a area that you want to build on, then you take that next step in making sure that you are prepared and feel more confident about addressing the needs of your students who are English learners who need this type of support. So I just wanted to add to that. And I think that also touches on one of the questions in the chat. If a teacher does not feel that they have the capacity, well, my question is, what about that statement? Do we need to explore? Does that mean, does the teacher need more training? Does it mean that it's a general education teacher who doesn't feel equipped based on the student's disability? Again, more training. Or maybe you co-teach. So again, let's not deviate from what is the must do, which is to provide comprehensive ELD instruction to all of our English learners, including our English learners with an IEP. And how can we work together to build our own capacity, whether it's on the EL side or the SPED side. I'm a general education teacher. I'm still learning about special education, and I will continue to learn. I need to, right? So I know that that's my knowledge gap. And so I lean on, and I learn, and I study, and I ask questions. And so I would hope that that is where you begin the dialogue with your colleagues who could or would or are saying, well, I don't have the capacity. Well, tell me more about that. How can I help you? Do we need to go to training together? If you're an administrator, do we need to think about professional development to help support the needs of our students today? Okay, I'm going to stop there because I know we want to wrap things up. And
I really think that the discussion points that are coming up are incredibly valuable. So I don't want to really necessarily move quickly because it's going to inform the rest of our topics. So when we are thinking about designated ELD and integrated ELD for a student who already has an IEP, so we have a responsibility for that integrated piece, and then we have a responsibility for that designated piece. So I'm going to give you an example because I think that's how the learning really sticks as to where it might be appropriate for ELD instruction to take place in a special education classroom setting, right? Starting with the fact that being an English learner is not a disability, right? It's not one of the 13 distinct disability categories. So let's get rid of that, okay? So a student has an IEP based on what assessment results tell us. Those assessment results end up in our present levels. Those present levels help us determine what the area of need is what goals will be developed. If the student is an English learner, what the baseline is for it to be linguistically appropriate. And then those goals that are linguistically appropriate if they're English learners will determine what the services look like. Because that takes us to another clarifying point. Special education is a service, not a place. Okay? Service, not a place. The kids don't go to the special education classroom. They receive special education services. Okay? So, designated ELD. For a student who has a primary disability of SLD, secondary of OHI for anxiety. The student's anxiety manifests as selective mutism, right? what might the speaking domain instruction for ELD look like for that particular student? Chances are a general education teacher may not be the best person to deliver instruction for the student who has a very specific manifestation of their disability. Perhaps, even as a special education teacher, this is the first time I come across a situation like that, and I don't know how to address that. That takes us back to another critical element of all this discussion, and that is the multidisciplinary team, building our collective expertise. Hey, speech and language path friend, are you familiar with selective mutism? Hey, school psychologist friend, are you familiar with that? Can you join our upcoming IEPT meeting because we're going to determine what ELD looks like for this student? And we want to make sure that instruction in ELD is meaningful, and we want to ensure that we're providing the appropriate supports so that they can access the ELD standards, which are the foundation for the LPAC, which is the test that they need to pass, which is the test that's required before they can meet eligibility criteria for reclassification. See where I'm going with this? It's all linked. And it comes from meaningful discussion, candid discussion, difficult discussions, yet discussions that need to happen nonetheless. So hopefully the tools and the resources that we're providing you today can take us to a place where we can have those discussions with these resources as a means of depersonalizing this conversation to get our wildly spinning gears connected so that we can move the system forward to a way that is supportive to all of our students. So, somebody take my soapbox away. And I'm going to, well, no, maybe I'll just hand it over to Lupita so she can jump on hers for UDL. Lupita?
We appreciate your questions both here in person and in the chat. Our slide deck, by design, is kind of prompts you to engage in these dialogues. That's very intentional and deliberate on our part. And we are very comfortable with kind of pivoting as far as the slide deck is concerned. So not to say that we're going to skip anything per se, but again, based on your questions and kind of where we are, we'll dive deeper on some of the slides or spend a little bit more time on some sequence rather than others. So if we speed up, it's based on, again, being aware of our time together, knowing full well that we're going to come back 3 more times. So don't feel that we're shortchanging you. We really are trying and are very intentional in being responsive to where we all are today, both in person and in the Zoom. So I guess that's the fine print for, if we don't finish the slides, it doesn't mean that we're going to leave you hanging. Okay, so we're going to spend just a little bit of time. It's not a deep dive, but we're going to really take that picture to heart. We're going to, jump into this UDL puddle, because UDL in and of itself, again, can take 2-3 days worth of training. So today we're just going to fit it into the context of our focus for today, which is this sequence, MTSS, right? Specifically the tiers of instruction, and now UDL and how that fits into the tiers of instruction specifically. So that's what I'm going to be walking us through for this next section. So in order to do that, I'm going to borrow from a friend of our projects, a friend of our county, and I consider her just a complete expert in all things UDL, is Dr. Katie Novak. And so these next few slides come from one of her presentations that I participated in. And, I make reference to that at the bottom of the screen. The session was called Zooming Out and Zooming In on Inclusive Practices. And she spent a little bit of time talking about UDL through this analogy. So she uses this analogy of a dinner party dilemma, where she's hosting a dinner party. And one of the things that she shares is, she has this huge family and they all have these very specific dietary needs and wants. And so she's hosting this dinner party, but she was going to serve her grandma's favorite recipe, which is a tuna fish casserole. But the dilemma is that, her cousin Trish doesn't like seafood. Her Uncle Joe is gluten-free, right? Aunt Missy is lactose intolerant. But, she wants everybody to come to her party. So what does she do? Here's the dilemma. What do we do? What do we do? I want you to think about just not even an hour ago, you guys went to lunch. And I saw that some of you guys got in the same car and you went together. I'm sure you were negotiating. Where do we go? What do you like? I don't like this, right? I see some nods. So this is in the spirit of universal design for learning. Your contribution to this dialogue, you negotiating where you decided to go for lunch, what Katie decides to serve at her dinner party is all contingent upon information, right? What do I know about the people that are coming to my party? What did you share in the car when you were making the decision? Where do we go for lunch? Oh, I had Mexican food yesterday. I don't want tacos today, right? So it's important to take into consideration who is going to receive, in this case, this meal. Who is going to receive in the topic of today, instruction, and what is going to meet their needs. So the problem with the tuna fish casserole is just the variety of characteristics and needs of her guests, right? So she needs to take into account who she invited, who's coming to the dinner party, and how might she be able to still honor her grandmother's tuna fish casserole, right? But still taking into account her guests. So it's a buffet, right? So yeah, we are going to have tuna fish casserole, but we're also going to have a gluten-free dish, and we're going to have a lactose-free dish, and we're going to have, beef instead of fish, right? So again, this is kind of in the spirit of universal design. We must consider, and very much like you did in the car on your way to lunch, negotiate what's going to fit the needs of everybody in your classroom, right? In order to do that, we need to know a little bit about them outside of the numbers, right? Outside of the data, right? We need to know a little bit about their what helps them learn, what distracts them, what are they working on, what are their strengths, what are their interests. All of that information is going to help us set up the very best buffet so that students have access and are able to engage, are able to participate, are able to feel welcome, are able to be part and feel like they're a member of this room, of this class. So the UDL framework is based on principles or beliefs and values, right? Where variability is the rule. It's not cookie cutter. And I take a deep breath when I say that because I am fully aware that that's easier said than done. Mostly, folks, because we've always done it this way, not because it's impossible. It's harder to break out of a mold when that mold is moldy, right? It's been there forever. I was hopeful that, as horrible as COVID was, we were forced to kind of rethink how we did school. I was hopeful that when we came back, that it would look different. In some instances it does, but more often than not, it looks the same. Even though we learned a lot about what we could do and what kids could do, what worked, what didn't work. But we also knew what didn't work before COVID, right? And unfortunately, some of those things continue to happen, even though we knew they didn't work. Anyway, principles, beliefs, and values. Variability is the rule. It is designed for all students. And the consideration is to know what the barriers are, right? So that we are able to address them, remove them. So those are kind of the key things that I want you to remember about the purpose and the design of a universal design for learning framework. Many of you may be familiar with this resource. Again, clicking on the actual screenshot and or the The title will take you to the actual resource so that you can actually read it. The Universal Design for Learning is a tenet of MTSS, Tiers of Instruction. It's what we use, is what teachers use to make instruction accessible for all of our students, to create opportunities for students to engage in their preferred mode of learning, and provide a range of opportunities for students to show what they know. Not cookie cutter, not cookie cutter. Earlier, I gave you an example of how the task of explaining can look different for an emerging level student than an expanding level student. However, being at its standards base, the student would still have had the opportunity to address the task at his or her proficiency level in a rigorous way, right? Because it's standards based. So it's the same concept. If we want students to produce, to show what they know, it doesn't always have to look like a 5-paragraph essay. Who said? The standards don't say that, I can promise you that. So again, it's critical that we understand not only this framework, but the resources like the standards. What do they say, and what does that mean? And what do I need to, how do I create that dish, right, to a buffet? What might that look like? So I need to know the ingredients, right? The tools, the standards. I also need to know my students, their skills, what they know, if they have an IEP, what their goals are, how it manifests, and what do I need to do? Where do I need to kind of prime the pump for myself if I'm lacking that knowledge or that skill set? So again, Universal Design for Learning, by design, when implemented across the tiers of instruction, right? Tiers 1, 2, and 3, because they can be utilized for all 3 tiers, is going to provide access for all students, given that we understand all the elements that are required, right? The standards and the student needs. But it's not only in academics. This slide is Vanessa's slide. She's, did I tell you she's a unicorn? She's also a part-time professor at Azusa Pacific, and so she teaches a class, and she shared this slide with me, and it's perfect for this session because we think about UDL, Universal Design. When we think about it, we think about math and language arts, mostly language arts, right? Not always true, right? We want to take into consideration the environment, right? If I'm wheelchair bound, and I'm coming into a room and I have a trouble manipulating myself into the room, I'm gonna stop at a certain point. That's as far as I'm going to get, just by how I see the environment, right? So that's going to impact how I engage, how welcome I feel, what and if I contribute, because I can only get so far physically, right? This room is not designed for me. I'm not welcome here. I can't contribute here. And so this is what this slide reminds me of. I know that's not how she utilized it, but that's what it reminded me of, is so much of how we design our room, the environment, what kids see is sends a message of, do I belong? Do I fit here? Can I contribute here? So that's what this reminds me of as well. So UDL thinking is a mindset, right? The description earlier talked about vision and beliefs and values. You know, our values really will show. You know, Vanessa and I talk about a value is demonstrated, right? I don't just say it, I demonstrate it. If I say that I'm a health freak, and you come to my house and you see Doritos and Coke, you know, my values are skewed, right? Because it has to show. There has to be evidence of what I say that I'm doing, right? So maybe I do say that I'm health conscious, and it may not look like it, but I am doing a conscientious effort in adopting a healthier lifestyle. So you won't find Doritos and Coke in my house, but It may not look like it, right? But that's my whole point. Is if we say we value all of our students, that we care about their learning, then how is that going to show? How does that manifest in our design and delivery and engagement in our own professional learning to address their needs? It's a mindset. So a real quick little history blurb on universal design. It really began in architecture in the 1990s, but I think even sooner than that, right? And I'm going to hand it over to Vanessa for a little bit just to give us some more information around that. So it came from the architecture world in the 90s through the American with Disabilities Act, where buildings were required to design to be more accessible, right? The example that I gave you about me in a wheelchair, particularly door handles, right? You know, the automatic doors and all the things that we all make use of today with or without a wheelchair. Then that was transferred into universal design for learning, where those concepts of making curriculum and instruction accessible for all students came to be, to make it universally accessible. Same standards, right? But now we're thinking about the learner and meeting them, you know, in the middle, per se, after we know and understand what their needs are. So the design is so that every student has access to the curriculum, standards-based curriculum. And who does it benefit? It benefits everybody, right? We take advantage of those automatic doors. We take advantage of the faucets where I don't have to turn the knob. Sometimes when I turn the knob, I forget to turn it off because I'm so used to just the automatic. Does that happen to you too? So the universal design for learning, very much like universal design in architecture, benefits everyone, whether or not you are going to need it. You're going to take advantage of it. There's a link to an article for this. Well, basically, it's where it really began in the 1970s. A student at UC Berkeley who was wheelchair bound, in order to make his way to and from classes more accessible, I think he poured some cement on a curb cut and almost got in trouble for it, you know, because he was damaging the curb cut. But that's how he was able to get from one place to another. You know, he just poured some cement and made himself a little ramp. And so in essence, that's how this universal design in the 90s, right, came to be. And I don't know, Vanessa, if you want to speak a little bit more to that, because I know this is what you do in your class at Azusa.
Yeah, so it's really about considering who do some of these universal design for learning supports benefit, right? So back in Berkeley, we had a contingency of veterans from the Vietnam War who were unable to navigate the city, and after making multiple requests, none of it was taking root. So it became evident to them that they needed to take a stand and do something, right? So they made their own little ramps out of cement that they mixed just to access the streets. And then, as you can see in that picture, really who benefits from the curb cuts now that are so widely available? I know I did when I had those monstrous double strollers for my two kids. And having to push them up and down ramps and getting on the sidewalk. I know they were helpful to my kiddos as they were learning how to ride their bikes. I know that when I've been traveling, my rolling suitcase loves those curb cuts because then I don't need to yank them and dislocate my shoulder to take them over the sidewalk. And you know who else benefits from them? UPS and FedEx drivers. And I want them happy because I need my Amazon orders in stat. So again, it's important for us to see that some of these tools, these supports that are universally designed don't benefit a specific group, but other individuals. And think about other things like my cell phone. I have it in dark mode. Dark mode wasn't developed for me, but it helps me. Closed captioning, when I'm watching Snapped, I can turn it on and let my husband sleep and not worry about what I'm planning. So different aspects about what is developed to support a specific group ends up benefiting others. So just important for us to consider that.
Right, that's important information to have and to hold and to share, because oftentimes when we hear terms like UDL, automatically we're kind of wired to think about a specific group of students with specific needs, as opposed to the benefits that it affords to all of our learners. So this cartoon kind of captures that very well. It's important to note that implementing a framework like UDL does not begin and end with a design, right? It's this a belief that I have that it benefits all kids, and therefore my actions, hence my values, are going to demonstrate that, right? Because if I value this, I probably would be shoveling the ramp and forget about the stairs without somebody having to point it out, right? So by design, it's going to do that. But those of us implementing have to really adopt, understand, and implement and value it so that when we implement it, it truly is universal. We have this video that we want to share with you. How many of you are familiar with Shelley Moore? The five more minutes with Shelley Moore. So Katie Novak and Shelley Moore partnered together. And wow, that not only was that a party, but it was just an amazing time of learning with these two gals. So we're going to play the video, and as you are viewing it, I want you to think about where you are in terms of, and with your role, in terms of helping support and implementing universal design, whether it's in your classroom, at your school site, if you're an administrator, or if you're a teacher on special assignment. Think about where you are today and what is going to be your next step in helping support this.
Minutes. Useful videos in about 5 minutes that support the teaching and learning of all students. I'm your host, Shelley Moore, and today's episode is called Reducing the Barriers, Planning for All. Okay, everyone, today we're talking about something very important. Today we're talking about shifting a paradigm. Now, one thing that I'm not sure everybody realizes is that in our efforts to move towards more inclusion and equity in our schools is that one of the biggest barriers is the actual infrastructure of the existing educational model. You see, me, like many of us who work in education, we were taught how to support students through a special education lens. That is, a model where a plan is made for most students and then special support is offered to those students who don't have success in that original plan. This special support then seeks to figure out, well, what's wrong with the student in question, and then offers support in a way by offering adaptations and modifications so that they can fit into the first plan. But what if nobody fits into the plan? Because of how we were all taught to support students, as our classrooms have become more diverse, there's been this overwhelming feeling that inclusion is so much work because more and more students need this type of retrofit support in order to be successful. Okay, now listen. I have never met a teacher that can follow more than one plan. So a big question emerging here is, how do we make one plan for all learners from the start so that we can be effective and efficient and then not have to retrofit for all of the learners that don't fit? In order to do this, we need to shift how we think about and respond to students who are struggling. You see, special education evolved out of a medical model. So for example, like if you break your leg, you go to the doctor and then they fix you. And if they can't fix you, they send you to a specialist. We get medical attention when something is wrong. This is special education. It's designed to react to students when something is wrong. And as a result, our educational system has become so heavily reliant on processes that emphasize failure, expensive evaluations, and intervention systems that focus on the deficits in students. Well, something that we can learn from the disability community is that just because a person is struggling doesn't mean they're broken. People don't need to be fixed. So then how do we respond to students in a way that meets their needs without creating programs and following processes for only targets what's wrong? Well, I will tell you this. We need to move away from the medical model, that's for sure. So what can we do instead? Well, one alternative alternative is to shift towards a social model. In a social model, if someone isn't having success, it's not because they have a disability or because something's wrong with them as an individual, but instead it's because there's something around them in the context that's limiting their success. Now listen, I spend a lot of time traveling, mostly throughout North America, and about 2 years ago I had the opportunity to speak at a conference in Hong Kong. Now I was so excited about this. I've never been to Hong Kong, so my wife and I, we packed our bags and we were ready to go on our great Hong Kong adventure. Well, I was so excited that I didn't really anticipate that I would have different needs in Hong Kong than I do in North America. Typically, I would feel pretty independent in my travels. I would rent a car, I would drive, no problem. I would be able to navigate conversations and menus and directions and be able to find the conference hall that I'm presenting in, easy peasy. But in Hong Kong, I realized I needed much more support to be able to do these very similar things. Like, I wasn't able to rent a car. I didn't have the right driver's license. I wasn't able to have many conversations, read menus, or follow directions because there was a language barrier. I also had no idea where I was speaking because I couldn't read any of the conference signs. I needed a lot of support in Hong Kong. Thank goodness the organization who brought me there anticipated this and made 3 Hong Kong EAs available to me if I needed them. I had a driver, I had a translator, I had a host. But I couldn't help think to myself, like, that's so many resources for one person. What's important to know about this example is that whether I'm in North America or whether I'm in Hong Kong, I'm still the same person. My success and independence in Hong Kong had very little to do with me as an individual and had more to do with the barriers that existed around me. Now, I want you to imagine all the students that you work with, every teacher they interact with, every classroom and school they go to. I want you to think about all these different contexts as possible different countries. Students are the same regardless of where they go. What changes is the context around them, and every context is going to have more or less barriers that can either support or limit success. So how do we support kids this way? Well, first of all, we have to anticipate these barriers, which means we can't wait for students to not be successful. We can't wait for them to fail. Second, we have to stop putting all of our resources into trying to fix individuals. If we move away from this kind of student diagnosis and intervention as the first strategy, it allows us to assess the environment and the context first to find out what's getting in the way. Because the big idea here is this, my friends. The more we support a context to reduce barriers, the less individual resources a person will need to be successful. The social model of support is a foundational understanding to planning for all students and directly connects to universal design for learning, response to instruction, and collaborative models of support. It would be very difficult to try and implement any of these frameworks if we were only looking at students through a medical and deficit-based perspective. Students are not broken. They may need support, but today's challenge is asking, instead, look around a student to see how can we fix the context so that barriers are reduced instead of looking at what we can do to fix the students in their deficit area. Thank you for tuning in to this episode of 5 More Minutes. Make sure you take a look at the 5 More Minutes podcast where we dig deeper into some of these big ideas. Give us a like. Don't forget to subscribe. You don't want to miss any of these episodes. I'll see you next time.
If you aren't a fan of Shelley Moore, hopefully you're intrigued. I like the message, right? I appreciate the message. But I can see how it can be a bit overwhelming. So I'm going to ask you to just take a moment to process what you heard Shelley recommend in terms of shifting our mindset. Again, I'm going to ask you to remember that we are part of the system, even though we may or may not have the complete power to make decisions at the district level. The decisions that you make in your classroom impact your students. And so you are part of the system. So think about what we heard Shelley say, what she recommended in light of what we learned up to this point today, and your role. What is perhaps one takeaway from what you heard her say that you may want to begin to implement, or that gives you kind of that charge to take that next step? So just either jot it down, share it with somebody next to you. What is a potential next step based on what you heard Shelley share with us today? What might you be able to do in your respective role? those of you in the Zoom room, feel free to chime in the chat. What makes sense? What might you be able to do? I'm going to come over here and pick on you in your lively discussion. Do you want to share some insights with the group, please?
Well, it was just saying that the students are not broken. The term she used, it's providing them like strategies or supports, not wanting to change them. And a lot of times we see that people say, oh, they need to change, or we have to fix them, or they're gonna get better. And it's just saying that we don't have to view them that way, but how can we help them and not change them? What supports?
Go back there.
We're just kind of saying how when it comes to barriers, we feel that special education teachers have been trained to help remove those barriers by providing those accommodations and modifications for them to access. However, in some of the push-in that we do, or even in collaborating with some general education teachers, we feel like they have a hard time understanding how to remove those barriers, or even being accepting of the accommodations and modifications needed to remove those barriers so that they can access the curriculum.
More the reason to begin to have those collaborative conversations, right? And that doesn't happen overnight, right? It begins by connecting, exchanging ideas, asking questions, asking for support. You begin to build that relationship with your general education peers and colleagues, and start the conversation there. I'm going to come over here if anybody else wants to share some insight, or
I was kind of thinking the same thing as her. That's what we said.
you want to just,
Yeah.
you just,
You want me to hold it? No. I agree, Ms. Wetmore.
Okay.
No, I honestly do think that the gen ed teachers need just more training and to open their eyes to it. I hear the comment. I've heard the comment a lot. Well, I don't want to give it to them, like as if they're giving them the answer, or they're giving them way too much. It's not. They view it as not giving them, a hand. They view it more as like, oh, you're just giving it to them, then they're not going to learn it because you're just giving it to them. So I think that's like a big barrier for, us as teachers. I think we feel that.
So a mindset, right? And also, I think, thank you for sharing, just the way that the system is designed, right? Janet over there, Sped over there, EL's in the back, right? Just the actual physical structure, just by design. Again, walking into a room where I can only go so far limits me not only physically, but also mentally and emotionally. And so how can I contribute when all of those things are impacted by just what I see, just what's coming into my eyes, right? So again, it is something that shifting systems is hard work, and it's work that takes time and effort, and it's a team effort. But again, we all contribute to that existing system. So if we're noticing, my gen ed colleagues, and not very many of them are in here today, we're not talking behind their back. I'm one of them. It's what we know, what we notice, what we see, our perspective, our perception, right? So what can we do? Because we contribute to the system, what can we do? How do we address this barrier? I know that research indicates that a big reason why general education teachers are reticent to help is because they don't know, and they don't want to get it wrong. Not making excuses. Research on this topic indicates that. So what does that mean? It means training, right? What does that mean? It means more collaborative opportunities. So it begins there, right? And it doesn't have to come from the administrator so much as, us reaching out to each other. We are colleagues. We work in the same school. We work with the same kiddos for the most part. So, baby steps. So let's take a moment to reflect on what we've learned so far. This is a reflective moment around UDL. If you could create an individualized learning plan for yourself or for your child, what would it look like? What would it include? Think about your strengths. Think about the things you're working on. Think about your interests. Think about what tools you use to self-regulate. And just jot them down. Jot them down. You can also post them on our Twitter /E, or X handle if you want to. So I'll just give you a minute or so, minute and a half to just jot down what would that individualized plan for your learning or your child's learning look like, given what you know and understand about yourself as a learner or your child as a learner. And as you're doing that, I'm going to share what an individualized learning plan for my son, who is now 20, what would it look like when he was in high school. My youngest son, in my humble opinion as his mother and also a trained educator, has undiagnosed ADD or ADHD and struggled, to engage, participate, and progress academically. Started early on. By the time he got to high school, I think he disengaged more so, and I had to be very vocal and very present about his learning style, because outside looking in, it looked like he just didn't care, wasn't interested, disengaged. And disengaged, yes, but he cared. He cared. He just didn't feel that he was, quote unquote, smart enough, right? So I had to advocate for him, the things that I knew worked for him. So in order for him to focus, he needed a fidget when he was younger. In order for him to focus, he needed to be able to stand up and kind of move his body. He couldn't sit very long because if he sat too long, he was distracted. He needed to be able to, by the time he got to high school, what I noticed really helped were earbuds. He needed to be listening to something, and it would help him maintain focus. All of those things were like behavior issues, right? Well, I can't have him stand up. He distracts other kids. Not really, but okay. Oh, we can't wear earbuds. That's against the rules. So these are some of the things that I would put down on his learning plan. He learns best when he has a manipulative. He learns best when he knows how to self-regulate. If you just redirect him this way, not that way. Right? So because I know, because I'm a trained educator, because I'm his mom, and we kind of negotiated that as he was growing up in the educational system, I could articulate that. The challenge is, how do we get that information from our students? Well, we can ask them, right? We can ask them. What helps you learn? What doesn't help you learn? How do you self-regulate? How do you get yourself back on track? What would be helpful? If we ask them, they will tell you. And then you can negotiate like you did in the car on your way to lunch. What's going to work for everyone? What's going to work for you and me and everybody in our classroom? If I let you stand up, you just can't be walking around, right? If you wear your earbuds, they need to be really low, right? So those are the things that we can all do. It's not breaking the rules. It's taking into consideration universal design for learning, access for all. But access for all means different approach, different tools, different methods for each kiddo. And that's where it sounds overwhelming. But when we take the steps towards knowing what our kids need by asking them, or because because you've been working with them, and then asking them, because those things can shift and change as kids get older, we can create a plan and design lessons that are truly accessible to them. So back to the framework. If teachers believe, you have to believe it, right? In order to value it, you have to believe it. And are guided by the following: that variability is the rule, not the exception. That this applies for all students and the varied range of their learning styles and modalities. And if we are aware of the barriers that exist and are willing to remove them, yeah, you can wear your earbuds. That's removing a barrier, you guys. Yeah, you can stand up. That's removing a barrier. Within your sphere of influence, right? In your classroom. We're the gear that contributes to the system, right? If we believe this and we're guided by these 3 simple principles, we're not even getting deep into the UDL guidelines, just these 3 bolded phrases on this slide. Variability is a rule, it applies to all students, and we're willing to remove the barriers based on the student needs. Then we are just moving right along, super speed, in designing instruction, making it accessible for all of our students. I'm going to leave this resource here. You can access it by clicking on resource. This is a resource that Katie shared during this presentation, and it's a way for you to create, find, exchange UDL lessons and ways on how to create UDL lessons. So I'm going to leave it here for you to access, take a look at. We don't have time today to explore it, but it's really very simple. The only thing that you have to do is create an account, and it's free. So if you haven't started in designing UDL lessons and you want to, I highly recommend this website and share it. Create UDL lessons with each other. Invite a general education teacher that you're already working with, that perhaps may have some of your students part of the time, and start working together to really start building those relationship bridges. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Vanessa, and I think we have just enough time to cover. Oh, we want to take a little break? Yes, brain breaks, very important. We're going to take a 7-minute brain break. Take care of you. When we come back, we're going to finish off with the last leg of our topic today, of the sequence rather, which is the role of the SST.
Here we are, the home stretch. You're almost there, you're almost there. I can see the light. So SSTs. We started our day with setting the context, presented you with some facts, some figures, went into the MTSS framework, specifically those tiers of intervention. Then we delved in a little bit deeper into UDL, and now we're going to put it all together to see what it has to do with the SST process or the pre-referral process. So I'm going to bring back our friend here, the tiers of instruction and intervention pyramid, and hit on the following points, which are critical for our discussion and the content we've covered today. The SST process, which can be part of your pre-referral process, is inclusive of all students. Okay? What does this mean? This means that this process, as a pre-referral activity, is available for all students. Okay? If a student has an active IEP, that SST process, quote unquote, is the IEP. You address those concerns there. You do not need to have a separate SST. Once an IEP is in place, that IEP takes over. However, the SST process, for the purpose of our conversation right now, is going to be focused in on pre-referral activities. Okay? Having a clearly defined, articulated, and established SST process is going to support pre-referral. And here are 2 questions for you to consider as we move forward. Are you aware? Are you participating in? Are you fully fluent in the SST process and or documented pre-referral process at your site? Do current practices match those documented? Oftentimes, that is where we find the disconnect. We can have a well-articulated and documented pre-referral SST process, yet our practices aren't necessarily aligned. Let's take a look at what that means. Okay, so yes, we know that the MTSS process must be considered, should be considered, before special education referral. We know that with consistent Tier 1 best practices core instruction that is provided to all students, we're going to see about 85% of those students access content with Tier 1 instruction alone, which is inclusive of differentiated instruction, strategies, universal tools, designated supports, etc. 15%, around 10 to 15% of students are going to need additional supports. So some students are going to need supplemental supports, Tier 2. And around 5% or less of our students are going to need intensified supports, Tier 3. None of these are special education. The framework provides a systematic approach for ensuring that all of our students receive appropriately designed instruction that is going to ensure success. And that when we get to the point of referring for special education, that referral is in fact appropriate. Okay? So I want to reintroduce us to this wheel, this process that is going to articulate considerations prior to referral for special education. So we are going to focus in on arrows 1 and 2, and then move briefly into arrow, little point 3 there on that second arrow. So right now we are going to consider the student in the SST process, right? The student is there because either a staff member, a general education teacher, a guardian, a counselor identifies an area of need, of academic need, of social emotional need, of behavioral need. So what is it exactly? To be able to make an appropriate referral, even to an SST process, you need data points. We want to get away from conversations that sound something like this. Well, I'm referring the student because they don't know how to read. Reading is complex. Reading is layered. What about reading is a challenge? Are we talking about phonemic awareness? Is it phonics related? Is it vocabulary? Is it fluency? What is it specifically about reading that is a barrier? So being clear on those questions is going to point us in the correct direction for collecting appropriate data to make these determinations. And again, I'm going to say it multiple times because right now we're not talking about students with disabilities. Here we're talking about general education students who are not getting what they need in Tier 1 instruction. We've trialed some Tier 2 interventions, perhaps even some diagnostic assessment to establish Tier 3 interventions, but we still have doubt. We still have doubt. This student is an English learner and we're still trying to determine, is it a language difference or a disability? And that's the million-dollar question where many of us get stuck, and some of us actually are so concerned with making the appropriate recommendations that we just don't know where to start or where to start teasing out if it could be one thing or the other. So some of the resources that I'm going to share with you right now are going to be geared towards supporting those determinations. Spoiler alert, I'm not going to give you a direct 100% foolproof way to determine if it's a language difference or a disability. But I'm going to give you tools to have that discussion with your team, because at the end of the day, the SST team should be a multidisciplinary team where everybody is contributing their expertise and not just one person is stamping the go straight to special education stamp. So here's a guiding question. What is available for all students? So as I share the next slides, think, okay, Vanessa, you're sharing this resource. We have something comparable. Or, okay, Vanessa, I see you sharing this resource. We don't have anything like this. Let me take this back to my team so I can share it to see what they think. Or you know what? We have something that's better, and that's fantastic. Share it with us, because we really do believe in not teachers pay teachers, but educators give to educators, right? We believe in sharing, and if you have something that's better, absolutely make it available and put it in everybody's hands so we can serve our students. So, SST process, I don't know what to do. The student is having these difficulties in the classroom. I don't even know where to start. Believe it or not, we can backwards map even our supports. If we think of our accessibility resources, like the matrix and these graphics, they give us a starting point on how it is to make content accessible and to make suggestions for our students. If we take a look at the graphics for the SBAC, ELA and Math, and for the CAST for Science, you'll find designated supports and universal tools. The U's and the D's from the UDAs. Universal tools and designated supports are available to all students. No IEP necessary, no 504 plan necessary. So those top two boxes, the dark blue and the light blue, are available to all students. I'm invited to an SST. The student is there for difficulty in math. Guess what? I'm going to pull out my accessibility resource graphic for math and see what some of those U's and D's are that the student might benefit from. Not an exhaustive resource, but a good starting point to get those juices flowing and thinking of what could be beneficial for the student to be able to access content. So here are the UDAs that I was referencing. U is for universal tools, D is for designated supports, and A is for accommodations, UDAs. Universal tools, available to all. Available to all. And because I'm talking about backwards mapping, I'm going to reference the assessment interface. The universal tools are those that are already included in the testing interface. I'm talking about instruction right now, but I want to frame it in this context for you to start thinking about how to start selecting some of these resources. Designated supports may need to be turned on, quote unquote, but are available for all students. No 504 or IEP necessary. And then finally, accommodations. And accommodations are available to students who have a 504 plan or an IEP. But those U's and those D's are available for all. Same thing holds true for our English learners who take the LPAC. So if you're having this conversation where it's like, oh my goodness, like I don't know if I really want to make this referral to SST because I'm not sure if they're just in the process of acquiring the language. What do I do to support the language component? Guess what? Those U's and those D's are there for you to try out in your instruction to see if there's a difference, for you to provide those supports. And because it's not one more thing, it's the same thing, I want to bring back UDL. UDL is a component to all of our instruction, should be a component to all of our instruction. I saw a great comment in the chat earlier, how restaurants that have a vegan menu are UDL, because it doesn't mean that only vegans can order from that menu. Anybody can order from that menu. So when we're thinking about inclusive academic instruction, that is also directly linked to those universal tools and designated supports. So I'm going to move over here by this graphic so that we can interact with it with the lens of the SST process. Multiple means of engagement, okay? How it is that we help students recruit interest, sustain effort and persistence, and self-regulation. If the student is having a difficult time with any of these three, as we're designing supports, as we're making recommendations in that SST team discussion, any of these areas can then be linked to some of those UDAs, and I'll show you how. Same thing with multiple means of representation. Standards tell us what, not the how. So we can help students with perception, language and symbols, and comprehension by presenting supports that are going to allow them to engage with content and information. And finally, action and expression, providing students with multiple ways to demonstrate how it is, what it is that they've learned. Does it have to be written, paper and pencil? No. Does it have to be typed at 70 correct words per minute? No. Providing multiple means of action and expression. Same thing for communication, and same thing for executive function. Well, Vanessa, what does that have to do with the SST process? Well, a lot. Because when we are at the SST process, it's a student support team or student success team. And what it is we're outlining ways to support and engage students in their learning. Notice how I've color-coded the top. This is a great resource that was shared at the CASP Institute and years back. And what I did is I updated it a little bit so that it can align with identified areas of need. So if the student is demonstrating difficulty in engaging with content, okay, in understanding the information that is presented, and demonstrating what it is that they've learned, we can take those universal tools and those designated supports and arrange them in a way that can allow us to make recommendations as to what we can do to support students who are having some difficulty. So again, not starting points, not more than a starting point, just something for you to begin thinking as to what can be offered to our students. Why? Because the pre-referral process should be streamlined, clearly established, and visible to all. So let's start going through the process bit by bit so that we can ensure that when we get to the point to make that recommendation for assessment for potential eligibility for special education, we can do it feeling more comfortable that we've teased out as much as possible if there could be a language difference or a potential disability. And we've really driven this point home. The pre-referral process is deeply rooted in the multidisciplinary team approach. Speaking from my own experience, I participated in SSTs where it was just me and the principal. That's not a multidisciplinary team approach. Or I've been in a situation where the person making the referral wasn't present at the SST. Or when the recommendations are made but are not implemented. And then once we rack up 3 SSTs, we have this thing, that is not a thing, but it is in some places, that once we've checked 3, it's an automatic referral for special education. So if we have the right people at the table, we are less likely to find ourselves in those situations. Now, it presents a lot of planning, timing, staffing, absolutely. But at the end of the day, it really facilitates appropriate processes for making determinations as to who should be truly considered for assessment for special education services. So, next step. Well, where do we go if I want more information? We've included here this form because it is a great way for SST teams to collect data. So when I'm talking about the SST process as part of the pre-referral process, what I want you to think of is, how do I ensure that I have all the pieces that I need? Because sometimes we don't know what we're looking for. And that's okay. I'm going to highlight again my point that this is a brave space. If you're finding yourself in a situation where you're thinking, you know what, yeah, like we do look at the CUME, but I don't even know what I'm looking for. There's so much information there. Like, what do I need to pull out? What is relevant for students who are having a difficult time, who are English learners, and I'm trying to determine if it's a language difference or a disability? Well, there are resources out there, and here is one to get your teams thinking as to how to approach that data collection from the student CUME file. It's a treasure trove of information, but it's easy to lose sight of what you need to pull out to make informed decisions. Appendix 3.2 walks you straight through it. We've linked it in here for you to use as is, or for you to download, open up as a Word document or as a PDF document and make it yours. This is a resource developed and included in the California Practitioner's Guide. All we've done to it is made it available as a standalone document that is editable, savable, and printable to support your processes. And then there's also those extrinsic factors, right? Lupita touched on earlier of how it is that COVID impacted all of our learners, all of us actually, right? So when we're trying to make sense of what are extrinsic factors, it's also hard to determine what it is that we're looking for. Appendix 3.3 allows you to have a focused scavenger hunt of sorts to determine what extrinsic factors are present that may be impacting how the student is accessing academics and every aspect of school life. You'll see here on this form that we're looking at physical and psychological factors on page 1, but it goes above and beyond that. Lupita earlier talked about English learner typologies, how some are new arrivals to the country with adequate schooling, some with interrupted schooling, some making adequate progress, some not, some at risk. So considering all of these additional factors that may be impacting are important. Is the student not making progress because of an undiagnosed hearing issue, vision, is the student experiencing food insecurity? Those are extrinsic factors that may be impacting how it is that they engage with their academic environments. So earlier we spent a lot of time on Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions. And yeah, great, Vanessa, we listed what our Tier 2 and our Tier 3 interventions are, but what do I do about that data? How do I collect it? How do I memorialize it? How do I bring it to an SST team and make sense of it? Well, Appendix 3.4 is yet another resource for you to consider and utilize so that you can progress monitor and data collect, and for you to establish if the needs or begin establishing whether the needs are related to a language difference or a disability. However, let's look at that middle arrow right there. My favorite. The question is, what does integrated and designated ELD look like for the student? If the team can't answer that question, we really need to reconsider what that SST is for. If we do not know what designated ELD looks like for the student, it is going to make the task of discerning whether the difficulty is related to a language difference or a disability all the more difficult. We wouldn't dream of expecting good outcomes for ELA or Math SBAC testing without teaching the standards. Same thing for ELD standards. ELD standards are the standards that are assessed with the LPAC, and the LPAC is what helps us determine where the student is and the types of linguistic supports necessary to access content. And it's through designated ELD that those ELD standards are the focal point of instruction. So if you find yourself in a situation where the team cannot articulate what designated ELD looks like, where it takes place, that's where the focus should be, not continuing referral for special education. That is not to say that here is a student with very overt needs. In those cases, due to child find requirements, we are required to assess in all suspected areas of disability. This is a very specific pocket of students. So it's those students that are English learners that are getting sort of pushed through the assessment system when we're well aware of the fact that perhaps designated ELD is either not happening, is inconsistent, or subpar. Okay? So all of those appendices that I shared with you are supportive tools to this decision-making process. And this was developed by our friends at San Diego Unified School District, and it's part of the SEP-EL, which I've linked right there for additional information. And this is a flow chart that helps us make sense of the referral decision-making process. Sometimes we get questions, and I was getting it in the chat of like, well, okay, well, how do we know that we're following like the right pattern or the right order, or like how do I tell my teams that they're doing it all wrong without telling them that they're doing it all wrong, right? So again, a resource that helps depersonalize tenuous conversations is always a plus. And this pre-referral flow chart and decision-making process is a great tool to do that. If you participate in a community of practice and a PLC where you're refining your own initial referral and decision-making process, this is a great tool to guide the discussion and for you to explore potential blind spots that your teams might have in identifying what else could be done for students prior to pushing for that referral, right? And another huge component is progress monitoring. Progress monitoring is important because it's only as good as the data that we're pulling. And that data is only as good as the fidelity with which the intervention is administered. And it's only as valid as the adjustments that we're making to make sure that it really is meeting the needs of the students. Because if we start with data that is pulled from week 1, where I only taught the intervention on Monday and Tuesday. And then week 2, we didn't do any of that because it was parent conference. And then week 3, we only did it on Thursday because we had the Ned Yo-Yo assembly. And then we had the jump rope for heart. We have to be cognizant that we're looking at data that is coming from a place of consistency, and that we're giving ample time for these interventions to take root and for the student to build a level of fluency with the program and the instructional practice as well. If they're spending week 1 familiarizing themselves, orienting themselves with the internet interface, there's an element of technology literacy that we need to consider before we actually start looking at the academic component. If we had faulty headphones, right? That is also a consideration. So again, keeping all of those things in mind are important when we see numbers like 4 to 6 week trials. It's a guideline, but we know things happen. So make sure that when you are analyzing data, you keep those things in mind. Second, the intervention. There's the F word, fidelity, right? Even though they're interventions, are we still differentiating for some of our students? If the intervention requires a headset, if the headset is faulty or uncomfortable, do we have earbuds perhaps for some students? If the student doesn't like using the microphone that's in front of them, or if they're using an integrated headpiece that has a microphone and it bothers them, do we have an option for a lapel mic perhaps for them to speak into the intervention program? So again, additional things that we're not necessarily thinking about when we're providing these interventions. However, things that can have a huge impact on how it is that we collect the data and how we analyze it. And then finally, making adjustments to those interventions and referring for further assessment if after we've ensured fidelity, data-based intentional teaching, making sure that it's culturally and linguistically relevant, differentiating and asset building, you know what? There may be a need for us to make adjustments to the intervention, perhaps look at bumping it up to a tier 3 once they've got diagnostic data, or perhaps additional accessibility tools, going back to that comprehensive ELD before we make that determination. So that was a lot of info, but I want to reassure you that we've also included all of this into one form. Okay, so we have this pre-referral flowchart, and what it is it condenses all of the points that I just touched on into 4 key components for teams to consider prior to referral for assessment for potential special education. So this resource was developed by Debbie, Dr. Montoya, and it uses the resources that I just mentioned that were actually included in the California Practitioner's Guide, our anchor resource, and puts it together in a way that is accessible both by print and electronically. So let's get started with the first section, and you'll see that it follows those same arrows that I showed you earlier. Part 1, extrinsic factors. And what is the essential understanding? That every child is unique. Okay, remember dimensions of identity, remember the whole child? Well, all of this comes into factor here. We're reviewing the QM file, we're identifying any extrinsic factors, and we're identifying if there are any physical conditions, health conditions, what's going on with the student. So this is our first stop. Pre-referral process, let's rule out extrinsic factors because we're looking at the whole child. Personal and cultural factors now. Are there any personal factors such as socioeconomics, food insecurity? Cultural factors, cultural norms. And also, what might the parent have to share? That's an often overlooked component of the information data collection process during the SST or pre-referral activities. Parents offer a lot of information that can support the development of that robust student profile that we can utilize to meet their needs. The third stop in this pre-referral flowchart is all things language development. So again, because we're talking specifically about English learners, we want to identify English language proficiency skills. Are we looking at LPAC data? Are we looking at historical LPAC data? Are we looking at just overall scores? Are we exploring the domains? Do we know what those numbers mean? What are the cutoffs? Do we have growth? What does ELD instruction look like? Do I have additional ELD assessments that correlate with what the LPAC is showing? How is a student engaging socially with English? Academically? Important elements to consider. How does the student communicate at home? With peers? In the playground? What are some of the supports that we can provide to classroom teachers to support that integrated ELD need? And of course, here is where we get to the good part. If the team determines that factors related to language development are primary contributors and or behavioral challenges, rather than refer for special education assessment, the team should further review data gathered regarding the student's English language proficiency. If we cannot make that determination without that full understanding, we should look to develop our own understanding of what ELD language development and proficiency looks like for our students and providing those appropriate supports, which are inclusive of Tier 1 core instruction, Tier 2 interventions, and Tier 3 interventions as well. And considering those accessibility resources that I shared earlier and how they figure in your instruction so that students can be supported and provided with a universally designed learning and academic context in all areas. Because before we move forward, we looked at part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. But now that we're at the end of making that determination, 2 things to be remembered. A student may be referred for an initial assessment. That doesn't mean that they're going to meet eligibility criteria. Okay? The other thing to remember is that the normal process of English language development, as well as manifestation of dialect and sociolinguistic variance, shall not, repeat, not be diagnosed as a disabling condition. Comprehensive ELD, designated and integrated, is a tier 1 core service for all multilingual learners, all of them. So it is important for teams to be cognizant of this fact. If we're having this conversation around pre-referral for potential assessment for special education services, tell me about that ELD. Tell me about comprehensive ELD. What does that look like? What has that looked like over the years? So, because we want to make sure that these tools remain with you so that you may take back to your site-based teams, we've also added some other pause and process questions for you. Think of the following. What is your documented pre-referral process? Is there one? Maybe. What are your current pre-referral practices? What are your methods and tools that you're utilizing for progress monitoring? And have we looked at them deeply to establish if there might be a language bias that may be affecting the data? Pause and ponder those questions and share your thoughts with an elbow partner if you're here in person or in the chat for our Zoom friends. And I do want to add another layer that Dr. Sam Ortiz shared. When we are comparing data, let's make sure it's apples to apples. So if you are comparing the performance of a student to an English-only student, and the student is an English learner, then that is not an adequate data comparison. If you are comparing an emerging student to a bridging student, that's also not apples to apples. So you want to make sure that you are using like group comparisons to make these determinations, right? And also being well aware that the classroom environment matters. So, is that emerging learner performing at the same level as an emerging learner in classroom A, B, or C? And what might be the difference there? Yes?
The question is how likely, I'm going to add some words here. How likely is an English learner student can be referred directly from Gen Ed to the Mod Severe program? How likely EL students can be referred directly from Gen Ed to Mod Severe program? That's the question.
Okay, so that's a very interesting question because it prompts more questions for me. So my first question would be, is it solely based on a language need, or is it on a manifested behavioral need or a learner need?
It would be fair to say, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Vanessa, that the likelihood of an English learner student to be referred to, and I'm emphasizing the word here, directly from Gen Ed to Mod Severe is going to be contingent upon data and assessment and eligibility. So given that we don't have all of those pieces in this question.
It's hard to speculate when you don't have all the data pieces, but I will tell you one thing, that the concept of least restrictive environment applies even in these discussions, right? So it might be that the student is demonstrating some significant cognitive deficits, right? And they have extensive support needs. And in that situation, it obviously would not be appropriate for the student to remain in a general education setting until we get all these SST per referral things going. But those situations are few and far between where the need is so glaring that we're like, you know what, no, like this student has a distinct, specific, highly structured need that cannot be provided in a general education environment. I hope this isn't the situation, but if it's that the student comes into school classroom from a different part of the world, where they don't have Spanish as their primary, it's a dialect perhaps, where there are no individuals that can provide that support within the general education setting. Even community-based supports aren't available. And solely based on that, the student is placed in a mod severe because they can't access content. I hope this is not the case, but if that is the case, what is the bee in my bonnet? What am I going to talk about? ELD. ELD is where the student should be receiving the supports and the services. Why? Because being an English learner is not a disability. When we write an IEP, whether it be for a student who is in the mild mod severe, to use outdated terminology, when we develop an IEP, the IEP is based on the manifestation of the disability, on that eligibility category. So if you're going to place a student in a mod severe program solely on the fact that they're an English learner, that is not it, guys. That is not it. It is not a disability category. But if the student is an English learner who has significant cognitive needs, extensive support needs, then absolutely hold an IEP and consider all the service and placement options. I'll repeat that. Consider all service and placement options. It cannot be a unilateral decision. We always start at Gen Ed and we start layering, 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 layering. Okay? The same way that we no longer say all students in SDC with autism take the CAA, we can't say that all students who can't engage with the content at their grade level need to be in a mod severe program. Okay? And again, it's hard to make a hard yes or a hard no as far as appropriate, not having of appropriateness, not having all the pieces. But I would just go back to that. If the placement is solely based on lack of access because of English learner status or proficiency, not appropriate. However, if there's a need and it's evident to everybody in the team, then absolutely it's appropriate to consider all service and placement options for the student. Any other questions? Nope. Okay, so I promised you a tool to help you guide the conversation around language difference versus disability. And oh my goodness, Vanessa, it took you long enough to get there, but we're there. But I want to preface the conversation on this tool with this video. So let's give it a listen. Let's see, praying I don't fall. Ooh, I did it. Okay.
Generally, a lot of us have questions regarding, is this a language difference, or is this language development, or second language development, or is it disability? And part of it, regardless what our various disciplines are, is to really have a pretty healthy depth of understanding around what types of predictable programming can students count on that's going to be effective, that's going to be successful. How do we really plan for working with the complex, diverse differences of students? And then how do we look for what's working and how can we make it work better? And when that occurs, we're much more sure that our programming is optimal. And there are a variety of different ways to measure that, both from what are we doing to help build relationships with students, help them feel like they're active trusted members of their classrooms, what kinds of just sociocultural things can we do to build strong relationships with our students and their families. When we engage students in paired and group work, how are we basing that on creating those strong collaborative partnerships with students? How much attention are we paying to issues of second language acquisition in terms of sort of the developmental process of acquiring a new language? And every state has standards regarding their students, English learners, level of English language development, and how much are we targeting instruction to each student's specific level of language and literacy development. So that's an important element. When it comes to the academic or subject matter, how are we sure that we're providing an instructional program that's based on our students' prior learning, and we can build from that, and that's using materials that are appropriate for our students? And then lastly, how are we really ensuring that we're helping students think about what we're teaching and helping them learn to do that? So part of it is really thinking about learning as a four-pronged process, regardless of who our students are and where they're coming from. First, how are we building connections with their personal, cultural, world and language knowledge? Second, how are we paying attention to their level of language and literacy development? Third, how are we paying attention to their prior schooling or prior knowledge in the subject matter we're teaching? And then fourth, in what ways are we helping students sort of think to learn? What does that look like? And what should instructional conversations look like based on our students' level of literacy? And when we do that, we have a wonderful chance of helping students be more successful. And then when that's layered with, if we more properly identify students with disabilities and provide an educational program that really helps provide interventions that are found to be effective, we can do many wonderful things with all English learners.
All right. So having framed the conversation with that,
Generally,
I want us to spend some time going into figure 3.3, which will provide you a format, a structure for you to consider language difference versus disability. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stay up here so that I can pop this open and guide our conversation. You can do the same. You can pop it open so you can have it full screen on your device. But really, I want to walk you through the structure of this resource because this is a great anchoring piece of conversation inducing a document that can be printed, laminated, and utilized as part of your SST/pre-referral processes. Why? Because it gives us a starting point for conversations related to learning behaviors that have arisen as an area of concern, and here we are in an SST for the student. So let's take a look at this resource. So when we take a look at figure 3.3, you're going to notice the following. It is organized into 3 columns. And I need to remember how to use the scroll button because I'm used to my touch screen. So you'll see the top. The very first column says learning behavior manifested. The next column over, indicators of a language difference due to second language acquisition. The third column is an indicator of a possible learning disability. Okay? Possible, because there's always more digging that we can do. But this is a very structured starting point for identifying the learning behavior that's of concern, an indicator of a language difference, or a possible indicator of a disability. The figure is also organized by sections. So as a team, you can scroll through it and take a look. Is the learning behavior manifested of concern related to oral comprehension or listening? If so, you would start here on this section of the resource. Well, no, Vanessa, it's more related to speaking oral fluency. Okay, we have something for that too. Here are some learning behaviors manifested that are linked to speaking or oral fluency. When it might be an indicator of a language difference or a potential learning disability. Come to think of it, it's neither nor. It's more about phonemic awareness or reading. Here are some additional learning behaviors and indicators of a language difference versus a disability. And it continues in a variety of academic topics that also continue into reading comprehension and vocabulary, writing, spelling, mathematics, handwriting, behavior, and so on. So again, how might this be utilized by an SST team, by the pre-referral team? Printed out, laminated. Team, we're gathered here together to discuss Susie's difficulty in staying engaged with learning. She is manifesting the following behavior. She appears inattentive and is easily distracted. Okay, well, tell me more about that. Is it when you redirect her in her home language, does she listen? Well, it seems like it. When she is playing with peers, does she seem to follow game directions when peers are using some English? Yeah, she does. Okay, then we might be looking at a language difference, not necessarily a disability. Maybe we can support with visuals, right? So it gives you more of a pathway to have a productive discussion to supporting a student who is manifesting some learning behaviors that might have teams struggling with, is it a language difference or is it a disability? Again, it's not 100% conclusive, but it gives you that pathway to have those anchored discussions to make appropriate determinations, or at least better than guessing, or I think that, or we don't know, or how do I even start to make sense of that? So again, a great resource for you to peruse as an individual and to become familiar with as you grow your team, your community of practice, your PLC, or just your own individual learning. So because we always like to make these resources available, not just to you as participants here today, but also as team members, as agents of change, as revolutionaries for serving our students, we want to provide them the resources in a variety of ways. What we've done is we've put together this resource, the language difference versus disability resource. We put it together into a slide deck that works as an activity for you and your teams. And it breaks down section by section for your teams to explore and become familiar. They're numbered, so if you want to have numbered teams, if you want to have it as part of your professional development, as part of your SIM teams if you're engaged in that work, ATSI work, any kind of that site-based work to explore potential changes in how it is that we do school. This is a great resource and an activity for that. Feel free to open it up, share it, make it your own. Again, these are resources that we like to make available for you so that you can support yourself and your teams in making all of these conversations possible so that they can lead to actionable next steps. Like with many of our other resources, we've also combined some reflective questions for your teams to consider as you're engaging with the resources. What are your new learnings, your wonderings? How might you use this resource? Who needs to have their hands on this resource? How might we make it our own? So, because it is important for us to wrap it up with a nice big bow, we've given you an opportunity to get to know our little cruise. So cruise is part of an ongoing student scenario. We initially got to meet Cruz as a gen ed student having some difficulty. And in having that difficulty, she's gone through the pre-referral process, the SST process. They've tried elements of the MTSS framework, Universal Design for Learning. She has access to comprehensive ELD. So you get a pretty robust profile of who Cruz is and the supports that she's provided at her school site. We take a deep dive into the role of school environment in this scenario, ELD, language difference versus disability, and exploration of the CUME file, identifying extrinsic factors, and also documented intervention summaries. So this student scenario is a great opportunity for you to engage either individually first, and then maybe as a team, to consider if all areas were truly addressed in the student scenario, or what might some actionable next steps be. Additionally, you can bump it up further and start thinking about your own students. Start using it in your own SST process to build your collective expertise in ensuring that we're making appropriate recommendations based on our understanding from this scenario that is meant to be an exemplar of sorts. And at the end, after gathering all this information, after processing together, after building your team and your collective expertise, the team can then come together and pause and process all of this learning. Based on the resources and the information shared, are we prepared to have a more informed discussion around language difference versus disability? What are some curriculum-based assessments that could support that conversation around establishing whether there's a language difference or a disability? Because really what's critical is that we weave that thread throughout. We started off with setting the context as to who our English learners are statewide, who our students with disabilities are statewide, and who our dually identified students are statewide. We've established that all students, including students with disabilities, have access to Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 instruction and intervention. We learned that Tier 3 is not special education, and that prior to going straight into SPED, we need to have appropriate referrals. And the way we ensure that these are appropriate is by having an appropriately documented pre-referral process that matches our actions, our practices, that we are utilizing methods and tools that are appropriate for English learners, and that we are ruling out any biases. To support you in taking these resources back, we've also developed this note-taking guide that you can make your own. By all means, all of the resources that we share with you today are completely editable. Just make a copy for yourself and change it out to best meet your needs. But what we want to make sure is that you have it in a structured manner that makes sense. So we've included in this note-taking guide the CUME file check, the extrinsic factors form, the intervention summary, the decision-making flowchart, and the pre-referral flowchart for you to inform your SST pre-referral process, all in one place. Because really a lot of the work that we've been doing all day today and that we will continue doing in the next sections is focusing largely in unlearning some deeply held and ingrained views. We're starting by understanding variability, knowing our goals,
which I think we all share, and that's to ensure that all students, including dually identified students, make educational benefit, academic progress, so that we can transform tried and true techniques to serve all students, prioritizing engagement of all students, and scaffolding expert learning. All of that is UDL. And all of that is what we're doing here today to support outcomes, improving outcomes for multilingual students with exceptional needs. So believe it or not, we've come to the end of our time together with 5 minutes to spare. However, we don't want to let you go without reminding you that we have day 2 coming up in January, so there's plenty of time for you to secure a sub or secure a day in a nice, comfortable environment to get together with us, or join us in person if you'd like. And this session is inclusion accessibility, or is accessibility inclusion? Quite the conundrum. So with that, we want to thank you. Thank you so much for being here in person. Thank you so much for joining us via Zoom. As always, we will stay here as long as you need us. We'll keep manning the chat, and we'll stay here in person. Again, thank you so very much. Lupita, is there a question?
Not a question, but feel free to invite a general education colleague, administrator. Please, we encourage that. We hope that you're able to do that next time. See you soon.